Hey everyone. One second, my camera and stuff's not working. Yep. Hey, why is this not... Sorry, I'm just trying to get this to work. I know, it's going up, yes. Very exciting. Son of a bitch. Hey, there it goes. Boom. Nope. All right, cool. What's up, everyone? You're on the 5 minute. I know. It looks better though, right? I overslept for all of you. Coffee must be in order. Welcome, boss. Just want to say big thanks to Carl, the big man. Stepped up when it was needed. Carl, you have honor, and we love you. Cheers, man. Thanks, Carl. And thank you, Bedhead. I appreciate it, man. I'll get coffee in a minute. Let's see. 1 minute. Haters. That's pretty sexy. No, that didn't work at all. Hmm. Alright, this doesn't look the same in the slightest. Are we about to stop running? Hey Greg, it's been a long time since I've watched, and I'm pretty sure you've discussed at length, but what's your opinion on split end thrusters engaged for MOASS? No, I don't think it's actually going to do a lot. I think the ETFs are probably going to kick the can on it, and I think it's not going to cause a share recall on the lender side. But we'll see. I mean, that's still ultimately up to them. I just see ways out of it for them, which doesn't leave me with a lot of confidence that's going to cause a squeeze of any sort. Good morning, sweet prince. How was the options chain changed since yesterday? GM's up, DN and GN are up. Pontiff put their pill jar. I forgot to mention that the donation was sizable, so you could buy Carl coffee as well. He deserves it, or maybe a beer, or a shot, or something. I'm gonna mail him a lock of my hair, Bithead. That's what he's requested, and I will oblige. Though my gray beginnings are not so pretty, I grow well into my beauty. Alabaster white, or black as night, my grace is known worldwide. I make my home in chilly Arctic. I am also known well down under, from North America to South America. I mean, I may be known to trumpet. As a female, I may pen my name, while the males prefer to pick at a cob, but never, but near or far, my beauty is known. Secure, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're sending me riddles? I haven't even had coffee yet, man. Have you seen any evidence that futures forwards will split 4-to-1 like the options chain? Does the DTCC letter apply to OTC derivatives? Um, so yeah, those futures and forwards don't split per se. Well, forwards would, right? But futures wouldn't. But ultimately, for any of those like derivative contracts, it's just the like additional leverage risk is factored in and rebalanced. obviously they're more sensitive to underlying changes, right? Because of the greater ratio. But yeah, everything we've looked through, it looks like nothing really changes. They might have to just like pay some extra fees. At what price do you think we'll see the return of 510 weeklies? What's black and white and red all over? Motherfucking GameStop. If you can't answer Zakur's riddles, 3, you must take a baby for each one you miss. That's not, I didn't agree to that. How's volume so far? Also, how to get Weeble to approve level 2. Um, really the best way to get Weeble level 2 approval is to take a poster board and write I love options, but spelled with a U. And walk around outside of BNY Mellon's offices in New York City until they throw an approval slip out of the window at you. No, not options. Like this. Yeah, or with an SH. Hey, we broke 158.50, guys. You know what that means? The stock market makes no sense. And we're doing this.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
Here I am again. So I thought of something really interesting about the June deferrals last night. And then someone reminded me of something else. But you know, July obligations were due on T+2, right? But the June deferrals, I don't think start being due till today. And if they don't get approved for the deferral, they get 30, so they get 30 calendar days if there's no approval. And if it is approved, they get 28 plus 2, so 28 calendar to trading. The interesting thing about this is actually a day longer because of July 4th. So in a cruel twist of irony, 30 calendar days is actually longer than 28 calendar days plus 2 trading days in this event. Which would technically give them till Thursday, I think, to finish covering the obligations. But it was interesting. I don't know. That's how it comes out on the calendar. So yeah, if they didn't receive any official approval, they would get an extra day. Win shirt off. We've already discussed this. $200. Starting to look a lot like OPEX. Tan. I'm not tan at all. I'm pasty white right now. There. Hmm. What's the smaller screen showing us? Today I'm not sure because one of the lines is completely flat. Maybe I don't need to double weight it anymore. Nope, I still need to double weight it. I wonder if I do security A, security B. Oh, okay. There we go. Spy dumps. Oof, rough. Just barely 393. It's not like that dump's not really helping GME's liquidity at all though, so that's good. Fingers crossed for 200, purely for the shirt off. GME go burr. Also, thanks for what you do. You're an okay guy, I guess. Thanks, Rocket to the Moon. I appreciate that, man. Song request. It's beginning to look a lot like OPEX. It's the Christmas song. So I have like people over at my house right now, and they're experimenting with my espresso machine. So I have to drink green tea for breakfast, which is the worst. How would you compare your physique to Elon's? I'm not that white. Take it off, big boy. Grandpa John, thank you so much, dude. The time will come, maybe. At $300, he'll make a vape tornado and wipe out Citadel. Who told you? Hmm. Indicator good when converging. Or, well, at this point, good when expanding because they've already crossed over. You missed my other Ko-Fi. Shill. I'm sorry, Carl. I missed a lot of things today. Thank you so much, Grandpa John. Put a pickle, put Carl Pickle on stream. You gotta DM me Carl Pickle. I don't have him currently. Indicator good when approaching the green line. So any stock that goes up today is likely deferred June obligations, and stocks that go down are the ones that weren't being fucked around with. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, they don't have to defer them all, right? I didn't miss. No, I saw it. I was just really far behind on chat. Grandpa John's the shit. He's been here forever. Shout out to Atomic. Oh yeah, congratulations to Atomic, our newest mod. We needed someone to keep the BBBY people in control. They've been getting very excited about their 20% price increases. The real SLD was the deferral all along. Just got stopped out of cat thanks to the big profits. When re-enter? Uh Patience. I think I got stopped out too. I think I got stopped out at open. No. Am I stopped out on my Septembers? I don't have weeklies anymore. Did I sell those? I sold those last night, right? Fuck. Nah, I'm not stopped out on my Septembers. I stop out of my Septembers at like 177.25 ish. Well, that'll depend, but yeah, roughly there. You missed my Ko-Fi as well. Something, something important message, something else. I'm sorry, Bithead. Registering my place for the new Gherkin Hairlock merchandise line. It's the collectible my financial future is assured. Remember that anything asking what's red and green and all over is a frog in a blender. Thank you so much, Bithead Pretender of Pontiff of VWAP. Fingers crossed for 200, purely for the shirt off. Jimmy go Burr. Also, thanks for what you thanks, Rockets to the Moon. Okay, I think I got them all now, right? Yeah, we're good. Ew, they're converging. Gross. You should check out XRT. It's getting absolutely destroyed. Oh, nice. Like this is what we want, right? Oh, you got censored, bud. I made 60% completely fucking ignoring you, being over bullish and buying weeklies. Here's some money. Thanks, Grey Wolf. It's not that weeklies are bad. It's the way that people manage them, right? Like people buy them and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna hold this weekly for 3 days." And that's all they're for. They're for like buying in and then selling that shit immediately, right? Because they lose value so fucking quickly. You should check out XRT. Okay, I did. XRT's getting obliterated. Rumor has it you set your sights on modding with Chicken Tender Daddy and myself. I can't speak for him, but don't get your hopes up. I don't know if I would even accept. I'm focusing on me right now. Okay, well, phew, that saves me a lot of decision making. Thanks for letting me know, Pigeon Teeth. Why is XRT down good? Well, at least it's not ripping while we do nothing. Probably because they're directly shorting XRT in order to before they cover. So they're trying to get the price lower before they start redeeming. This is usually like when XRT gets shorted really hard, they start creating redemption baskets afterwards. Or well, we assume they're creating redemption baskets. Turning around. Yep. It could be bullish for today. Well, no, because they'd be redeeming, so returning shares to XRT, not creation. Creation would be really bad for GameStop, right? But we want them to be redeeming and covering baskets because we expect them to cover OPEX obligations, right? Turn around at the exact moment XRT stops. It's free fall. You're good at this stuff. Sometimes. Um. Ooh. Kind of cool. Interesting work, Stefan. Okay, total volume, delta volume is up on calls. We're seeing some divergence in call and put OI, which is nice for a change. Call open interest still sucks. Full bull, please. Was Weebull surprising comments? I can't pull up the feed for comments. Suppressing? I don't know if they're surprising comments. I timed my entry for Jimmy perfectly, and I clicked submit, and IBKR crashed, and I missed my entry. Welcome to trading. +1 GME. Can you ask if your crystal ball if my 175 calls are going to be in the money before 11 a.m.? I don't know. We still have like low volume. It's not as low as yesterday. It's more volume, which is making me feel effervescent. Yeah, that's a new feature. Surprise comments. So it's just like the Weeble comment thing, but like as pop-ups while you're trading. Amazing. What does evanescence have to do with this? Someone sold a bunch of XRT Jan 45Ps at 951 right before XRT started dumping. Interesting. It is, isn't it? That's not, no, that's evanescence, not effervescent. Effervescence, like bubbly, like full of bubbles. A soda or champagne is effervescent. Unliked and unwatched. I'm mad at the time. I'm mad at you for turning off and not waking me up on time. Full bull at 160. I already played full bull at 160. Personality is also effervescence. I love that effervescent song, Bull Me to Life. Exactly. Perfectly put, Secure. Perfectly put. If you'd drawn your own line on GME's peaks, what price would we have to be at to break up out of the trend? We'd already be above it. We would have closed above it yesterday. We would have continued to move above it today. Critical margins, horseshit. That guy's a moron. His other great contribution to GameStop's pool of shit technical analysis was a rainbow line drawn across the chart. Wouldn't it be nice if they actually hedged all these GME and BBBY options? I actually think they're hedging the GME ones a little bit. Amount of super chats are directly proportional to the increase in price in GameStop. Yeah, as are the number of viewers. No money. You're still in your cat September calls. I am. I am still in my cat September calls. I do have a stop on them. I feel like I should widen it though, because cat's really not dropping that hard. I mean, they'll still be in the money, right? The reason I played weeklies was so I wouldn't have to sell my Septembers. Critical margin theory is 100% valid. Once the price crosses 100 billion per share, MOASS is about to happen, I'm telling you. 700 likes, 2,600 watching. Come on, guys. Hit the like button so people don't tell me this all day. I gotta love it. XRT down, GME down, XRT up, GME down, XRT sideways, GME sideways. Roll and play in the numbers game. Figures 800 wrong theories will all be buried by one correct guess. The best part of that is that, like, somehow he's stolen theories that have been correct and still gotten them wrong. Which, you know, credit where credit's due. I have 160 September. Is it worth keeping during the split as it's divisible by 4? It could be. Unless the price goes down post split. YouTube said my feedback would be shared with you for some reason. YouTube thinks you're a creator. Incorrect. Amazon getting that basket redemption push from XRT also. Is Amazon in XRT? I feel like it's not. I don't think it is. Doing my part by sending my monthly super chat to help keep GME above VWAP. Appreciated, expert pug. Also, thanks for letting us watch the tips touch on your fancy little chart in the corner. Not a problem. clearly jealous that he's DRS more shares than you. I couldn't be less jealous of anything in the world. How many shares do you own? I'm going to take a wild guess and say more than you. Why would someone buy 135 puts with 30 DTE? Wouldn't this split would reduce liquidity on price targets not divisible by 4 after Friday? Why would somebody buy 135 puts with 30 DTE? That's a good question. Maybe they just don't want to deal with the theta decay over the next 2 days before the split, right? Sometimes you just buy theta so that you don't have decay in the short term, right? I'm still struggling to understand when to exit and re-enter Gmae share positions for small apes in these run-ups. What should we look out for? Hard drops, and short periods of consolidations. I mean, you're looking for bounces essentially, right? Like this. This is like a decent entry. Some of these are kind of short-lived. These are hard. But yeah, if you're just trying to like move in and out of weeklies quickly, you want to look for like a volumetric dump. You want to see that volume die off. And when price action stagnates, that's usually an okay entry. Hartley here. Thank you so much for gifting some memberships, dude. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give a shout out to Hartley for hooking you up. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Theoretically, after the split is settled, do you expect the price to go up a lot if people sell the extra shares for money instead of using them for options? No, that wouldn't cause the price to go up at all. Yeah, usually when people sell shares, that makes the price go down. No problem, handmade silk Persian rug pull. Where's Viwapopotamus? Volume drifting off. Yeah, it's dropping a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, I told this to somebody last night. You know, the options chain still looks like two limp dicks trying to slap each other to death. So directionally, not super compelling either way. How do you feel about this triple top here? Bullish? Quadruple? I mean, this is a this is a ascending triangle, right? You have a consistent resistance point and higher lows. Oh shit, that's the wrong fucking thing. Wait, I want to draw this before it breaks out. These can fail, but they're usually pretty reliable. Does this feel like the rug pull from yesterday? No, the rug pull from yesterday felt like the rug pull from yesterday. That's what we look like on the daily. Well, we did until we broke out. January 950s, what kind of range do you use for your stop limit? Like 10 cents? No. I usually just try to buy them below like 240. I don't really have stops on them because Ivy hasn't gone up at all. No daily today? Nope. I slept in. I was up really late trying to figure out some shit from FINRA. I think I was up till like 4 in the morning. So I overslept a little bit. Is GameStop your most researched stock? Oh, yeah. Pop goes the G Measle. Bit of a reach there, right? Thoughts on BBY bar rate continuing to climb. Does it matter? Fidelity up to 1.5%. It does matter. I mean, it's at least slightly interesting. Hey, we did it. We got volume and we broke out. So you got more than 5 hours of sleep. Maybe 5. I don't know. I didn't fall asleep right away. I know I went to bed at 4, but I don't remember what time I fell asleep at. Invitae just laid off 40% of its workforce. I have a few friends that work there. Puts probably when the announcement's made. Or well, before the announcement's made, ideally, if they haven't made it yet. I got coffee. You have any other stocks that you just buy and hold? Yeah, a few. AMD, Tesla. I have Amazon. Now I have Google as of this week. I own some EPAM, but not for the intention of holding it. And DDS. Is there anything else? I have some other shit too, but I can't think of it right now. Oh, Bobby. I own a bunch of BBBY. Yeah, Palantir and UWMC. Although, I should be able to shed my UWMC bag soon. No daily write-up today? No, I slept in. I didn't have time to do it. I don't own any cat. I just trade options on it. What's the best strategy to grow a really small account? Scalping, but it's super risky. You need to practice paper trading a lot and get really good at setting stop losses very, very fast and moving them quickly. But if you can do that, like if you can set good stop losses, you can scalp runs. And yeah, that's probably the best way to grow a really small account. It's very high risk and stressful, but it's not that hard. It it's not a good strategy for bigger accounts because, well, again, it's stressful. And once your positions start to get too big, your risk of slippage can outweigh your profitability. What's a small account size? Anything under like 25,000. I mean, really anything under 25,000 is small. But especially under 10. Yeah, the hard thing about scalping is it's like probably the easiest way to make money. But it's the hardest position, like one of the hardest positions to manage risk on, right? So you have to be extremely good at risk management to scalp successfully. I did it. I might have exited early, but was 40% up on options positions at 159, and I've been rugged too many times. Thank you for all the wisdom. Side note, are you chasing it all today, or are you satisfied with the current position? I bought some more while I was opening up the stream and stuff, so I think I'm okay with what I've got right now. I'm not gonna chase anymore. But I may, leverage a little harder on covered calls at the top than I normally would. The Ivy is still notably low. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but I didn't go long on cement by choice. What do you think of long 160, short 160? So synthetic long for Jan 2023, it's like 2K credit, buying 100 GME for like $20 cheaper as you get closer to expiration. Just remember that your downside risk on that is leveraged, Steve D. So if GameStop moves down, yeah, you might as well just buy the stock, especially if your intention is to try to hold it for a long period of time. That's gonna destroy your margin. I realize that you can go synthetic long on GameStop at a positive credit right now, but it's still a very, very risky position. Are you gonna sell CCs on Bobby when we hit the top of OPEX? Probably. The only reason I've really held off on selling them already is that I don't trust Cohen not to come out and be like, yeah, I bought the other half. And then I've sold CCs at like $6 and the stock fucking rips to 20. I heard you mention something about 30 plus 2 or whatever. So you're saying they have until tomorrow for OPEX also. Not for, well, no. They have till tomorrow, I think, for June if they were not approved for an extension. So if they got 30C, they have till tomorrow. If they did get approved for an extension, which would give them 28C plus 2, then they have till today. And for July, July is due by today opening bell. July has no extension, right? And it's weird because we have to consider it as two separate things. Like they're not, like, even though they're combined, they're not really the same, right? And June's obligations are far higher than July's. July's was like 40,000 puts. June was 130,000 puts. Roland tweeted as always early and not wrong. He should have tweeted, I finally got one right. Just remind him about GameStop reaching all-time highs. What's Gamma Max, please? It's on the screen. It's 180. If Cohen were to sell his Jan Bobby calls, would he need a file to show that? No, it doesn't change his ownership percentage. There's a lot of IEX orders going today for 2,000 shares each. Someone's buying in. That's possible, Sarah. A lot of out-of-the-money puts coming in. Are they setting up a rug pull? Can you show me? Are they being sold or bought? Shit. Okay, 150. These look like they're happening on the bid. I think these are sold. The more recent ones, it's a little harder to tell, but yeah, I think they're sold. And these aren't out of the money. Well, yeah, they are out of the money. Sorry, they're not in the money. Yeah, I wouldn't worry so much about the out of the money puts, especially when they appear to be sold. Let me check something else if I can confirm that they're sold, or at least confirm a little bit more that they're sold. Yeah, they look very, very sold. So, yeah, I think those are sold puts. Probably used for credit spreads. Can you explain the new indicator thing on the left? I wasn't here the past few days. It's like the entropy energy scale between XRT and GME. The further it diverges, the more potential energy it has. Looks like they have been covering July. And do you expect more ups, or is this the volume running out of steam? I mean, I think for the time of day, we already have more volume right now than we did yesterday, right? Could it run out of steam? Absolutely. And I think they'll try to do that same shit they did yesterday where they like flash crash the price to get people to sell weeklies. So be wary of that. Because they're really trying to like shake off the weeklies. It's crazy to have longer to cover Junes than July's. Yeah. I think what's even crazier is if they don't get an approval for an extension, they have an extra fucking day. Like why didn't they think of that when they wrote the rules? It's like, oh, you're denied for your extension, but you have an extra day. July internalized, which was something was really interesting about March, is that like Thursday we had a shitload of volume. So like the day after, and that's one of the reasons I started looking at it. A couple of people were kind of confused on its current condition. It looks like August 19 monthlies are bearish while the rest is bullish. Call selling and put buying at that expiry. Okay, so the Interesting. So wait, hold on one second. Let me see what try to figure out what JFresh is saying here. So the 135s look bearish, and then the September and Octobers look bullish. Interesting. 160 August 19 160 calls also sold. Any chance of a rug pull? Yes. The active filing for the extension grants you that regardless. No, the 30 days, yes. Well, the notification of filing for the extension. I think we have some good respiro that will you be looking forward to exit your 950 plays? And are you holding them through the split? Would there be a good reason to? I probably won't hold them through the split. Here comes the flash crash. That's interesting because this crossover should be kind of bullish. I think we hold VWAP. New line. Already broke out of this one, right? So do we hold the uptrend or not, though? If PPT steps in and forces a DRS share special NFT dividend for people who sell today, but also get the split dividend, then how am I supposed to play my 300% out of the money puts? Same like shares? Yeah, I mean, just exercise, right? A stop loss is 150. Okay. I mean, Bobby's not in XRT, so no. What's the significance of crossing over VWAP in either direction? It tends to act as a continued support. Like a crossover VWAP means that buyers are buying at higher prices than the average for the day, right? Which is bullish. And vice versa for crossing below. Any chance we go up, down, or sideways? An accurate prediction will lead to complaining. Thank you, Omas 101. Internalize that whole spy run. Spy went boom, we barely moved. Yeah, the active fund flow is really not hitting the ticker, huh? That's been going on for a few days now. David Delio, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
So do we break critical margin? Yes. When do we see the closing of the shorts? Never. Short interest is still high. Sure. Here's the thing. Shorts don't close, right? You don't sell, they don't close. They de-risk, but they don't close. Does a barcoding price indicate low liquidity or low volume? Low liquidity, actually. You can have barcoding on very high volume. Usually it's an indicator of high frequency trading more than anything else. You got it, dude. Thank you. Um, David. If I buy an option and sell it the same day to take small profits, am I considered a day trader then? It would be a day trade. Can I do this over and over in the same day without punishment? I mean, I guess you could get punished if you want to be. Does it matter if the yellow or green is on top? Yes. Do we just want to see divergence, or should the green be on top? We really want the green to move up and the yellow to move down. No, yes. Like bigly. So the crossover is very good. And then if we see expansion or divergence right now, that would be excellent. We're seeing a little bit of it. Some people pay good money to get punished. Will you punish me if I day trade? No. This is the most sexualized stock stream ever. You know, when I started this stream, I thought I'd be coming on here and answering questions about, option strategies, and people would be like, "Hey, my mortgage is upside down. Like, what's a good way for me to get out of this?" And, what should I do with my retirement funds and stuff like that. And instead, it's about erectile dysfunction, financial domination, and, horny ducks. Yeah, and Dan's. Oh, and my calves. My calves and low T. I couldn't be happier. You think Cohen took into account the non-extension for Juno picks to fall in the day before the split? Seems like a lack of coincidence, but I imagine it would drive FOMO into the split. Possibly. I mean, I'm sure he works with a securities lawyer who would know these things. We do not have a securities lawyer on the quant team. If you're a securities lawyer and you want to work really hard for very, very little reward, hit me up in my DMs. Paul Smith, longtime lurker. Time to ante up. Less than 10K holder, 75% in DRS in the green, but not much. Not sure if to keep holding through the split or sell before the next rug pull and buy back in. Have you ever considered selling covered calls? You know, then you can keep your shares, not sell them while still making income. You know, GameStop's implied volatility makes it a very valuable asset, regardless of its price. Something to consider as a long-term investor. God, I love this stream. Thanks, Crest. Not financial advice, but if I touch tips, will that cure my erectile dysfunction? You love our kinks, you beautiful mini horse Persian stallion. It could. I don't know. If you never tried it, you might want to. Maybe that's what's been wrong all along. Fiscal stupidity. Not a securities lawyer, but I slept at a Holiday Inn last night. Well, interesting. Crest, thank you so much, man. Guys, give a shout out to Crest for hooking you up with some memberships. I appreciate it, dude. Holding 11, 18 Bobby calls. You think I'll start to see more theta losses holding through this week and part of next? November's? What's the theta on those? Can't be that bad, right? Theta. I assume you're out of the money. Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine. The theta loss is minimal. Like fractions of a cent a day. Still. Lawyer. Lawyer. Not lawyer. Have you seen the volume you expect for OPEX yet? No. Today's a little better. It's a start. We'll see how it looks into the end of the day. It's not far from over. Just call the Mac Dork a momentum indicator. That'll keep the smooths happy and the wrinkles frustrated in perfect equilibrium. It's a leading momentum indicator. That's gonna fry people's brains, man. We're gonna make a head and shoulders here on GMA. We just bounced. Looks like we're continuing our uptrend. I would say that this is bullish. Peep AMD. What about it? Looks nice. Yeah, it's in the high 80s. Be really careful if you're still in on calls. This like $90 resistance can represent quite the turnaround, especially for people that bought in at like 71, 73, around there. It's a very momentum forward indicator. I have 32.73 on my retirement account. What do? Start smoking? I don't know. That's another thing we're about. Vocabulary and pronunciations. Sure. Because they'll split to an illiquid strike, does it make sense for a good exit for 950s today? I guess if you could get one, and then you could move it to a strike that'll be less illiquid. But the thing about the 950s is they'll remain at the end of the chain, right? They'll still be the highest strike. So take that into consideration. Like their liquidity may not be reduced due to the split. Because I don't think they're going to open like a 240, right? Like 237.50 will still be the top of the chain. 230 is that, yeah, 237.50, right? Is that 950 divided by 4? Yeah. Yeah. Right? No. Yeah. Yeah. Money for more calls and gout meds. If we all chip in, maybe Gherk can launch the rocket. Thank you so much, Smack Factor. That's gonna do it. I will use that to buy calls in 3 months when YouTube gives it to me. Thank you so much, dude. If June is due tomorrow, would they get T+2 from tomorrow to really cover, or really due tomorrow? It'd be really due tomorrow. So the extension period would be over. And I'm wondering if maybe they like if they could turn that to their advantage, like get the extension but don't file, or file knowing they'd get denied, right? And get that extra day and possibly, carry over some of the obligation into the post-split period on Friday. Like I can see advantages being taken with like the way that this is handled through FINRA, beyond just the, we'll give you an extra 30 days to cover your millions of dollars in obligations. You guys can clip it too, LGM. Any chance of a rug pull? Oh yeah, fucking absolutely. Would you recommend AMC as a strategic investment? No. So basically selling CC at a strike non-divisible by 4 is great. It's better. It's not great. I mean, if someone owns it, you can still get exercised. And as a matter of fact, if it's like in the money, you may be more likely to get exercised due to the future illiquidity of that strike, right? They may just like exercise the call because they don't want to have strikes open in that range anymore. Why does YouTube ask for extensions? They give it to you in 30C or 28+2. Seems like kind of whenever they want. What indicator would show that lenders are recalling their shares? None of them. The candlesticks, they'd all be green and going straight up like a rocket. Oh, rockets don't technically go straight up because the earth is round. But relax, people. It's more of like a curvy thing going on. Sure. Yeah. That's a circle. BBY bar rate 8.5. Bullish. For all you do, Gurk, Learn something every day. What's the next SPY resistance? Do you think it hits 400 today? And do you have a video tutorial on covered calls? If not, can you? Yeah, there's actually a video tutorial on covered calls on the School of Stock channel, which is down below. It's non-monetized. It's just like additional information that doesn't really necessarily apply to Jamie specifically. And can the SPY hit 400? Well, it is broken 393, so it's very possible. There's not a lot of resistance between this point and the upside. I think the next big resistance is at 395.75. Then 398, and then after that 403. There actually isn't like a lot of resistance at 400 directly. It could represent a psychological resistance depending on how the option chain's stacked currently, so I'd take a look at OI. Oh, they're doing shorting things. Lame. Well, that's not good. All right, so that broke down. We're trading flat now. Is it possible to overlay price onto the chart in the corner? I can like open this. But that doesn't really show you a lot. Yeah. Not really. It'd be hard to see anyway. They should both be in real time. June obligations are due to this week. We'll see. Finally made a few bucks thanks to the knowledge you've been trying to drill into some of our thick skulls. Thank you for answering the same questions over and over again. Keep those calves sexy. You got it, not so zen. Thank you so much, man. Are the SPY's gonna break down or more ups? It looks good. It could be like a little sell-off here at resistance. But I like where it recovered. It doesn't look really bearish yet. Consolidating though. So I mean, keep an eye open. Doing that thing again where they're trying to crush implied volatility. Can you buy me a Vitamix food processor attachment off of Amazon? No? My calls are up about 60%. We're getting puts right now to hedge profits be a good idea. Or just, you know, reliably setting stops. $950s would only be illiquid if the current holders sell, right? Yeah. Given that most of those are like volatility hedges and retail, they're probably not very likely to sell off. They'll still need to use that strike to hedge volatility, right? As long as they continue to hedge volatility. Like it's part of the replicating basket because it has like no delta and it's Vega sensitive. How do you think SPY will end at the end of the day? Be at the end of the day and end of the week. Thanks. That's a ridiculous question. I told you where the support and resistances are. Why is the squiggly lines green and yellow now instead of green and blue? I don't know. I can change it, but I don't really care. I just sold CCs for Jan 2024s on Bobby. If it hits, I will triple my money. If it doesn't, I'll take the premiums and buy Jimmy after the split. Either way, I'm happy. Okay. That's perfectly reasonable. We're gonna one by your famous covered calls Superstock was talking about. The ads up on Craigslist, but the current waiting list is quite long because of the pigeon whales. Share recalls for small hedge funds would only be slow upward drift. Uh, no, they'd probably buy like all at once. They wouldn't get a lot of time to do it, right? Like T+2, so they'd want to buy at a low, like, and the price is consistently increasing, which is not like beneficial for covering positions, right? I think if we were seeing share recalls, we'd be seeing like volumetric upside moves that were fairly rapid, even on small positions. I think Weeble would add an implied volatility study like TDA. I don't know. What were you mentioning about June obligations earlier? I was in a call. Depending on how the approval process, or well, whether or not they got approval for a Rex extension or they didn't, they could potentially, like, if they didn't get approved or intentionally filed something that wouldn't get approved because one time frame is 30 calendar days and the other is 28 calendar days plus 2 trading days, the July 4th holiday could potentially extend the 30 calendar day uh scenario out until tomorrow, which you can double check me on because I was doing this at like 3 in the morning last night, but I'm pretty sure that 30 calendar days plus the holiday from June 17th is tomorrow would be the last possible day. So it may be that we've just been watching June or July OPEX being covered, but not June yet. I don't like it. I wouldn't count on it, but it'd be disingenuous of me not to mention it. I wish it wasn't so cheap. Last year I could be celebrating my 15 months, but here it is. Thanks, Garrick. Looking forward to celebrating with you for years to come as we cash in from CCs all day, every day. Fuck yeah, Posty. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Why would they even try to get an extension? So they didn't have to cover back then? When the call chain was fucking stacked? Because they can? Arbitrage is usually a pretty good fucking reason. It would be failed arbitrage, given that the price is now higher than it was then. Yeah, Juneteenth's the reason they're able to get the extension in the first place, right? But then July 4th doesn't count as one of the days. It doesn't count as like a calendar day or like a trading day as far as the extension is concerned. Like holidays add an extra day. So any holiday that occurs during the extension period would like tax an extra day onto the end of the extension. Unless they got approved for the Rex code, in which case today would be the last day to cover. I fucking love this stock and the wrinkles I've gained from you. Thanks for being here for so long and being so patient with all the smooth brains. I'll help you up. Thank you so much, Carbon Based. If they can push the obligation past the split, can they push it further with due bill rules? I don't really see how those affect their obligations. Like I don't think the due bill redemption affects anybody but brokerages. As and clearinghouses as they're settling out the trades that occurred from the ex-dividend date until the effective date. So right now, any trade that occurs with a due bill attached to it, right? Because the seller of a share is also selling you the right to the dividend. So all trades from the 18th forward are traded with the dividend piggybacking on top of the trade. BRAP 503, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Has your new indicator been reliable? Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty fucking cool, actually. Another leg down. Are puts even worth playing on the downside of a run? Isn't there a significant IV crush for everything on the options chain? Are puts even worth playing on the downside of a run? Isn't there a significant IV crush for everything on the options chain? Yeah, I mean, puts are fine. There is IV crush, so, having them at the money is a little bit better. Because they'll get delta value where they lose IV, but IV hasn't spiked yet on this run, so it's not really a concern. But they even tried for an extension. If not, getting it gives them more time. Why bother trying? Oh, it's a good question. I mean, they would try, but they would probably file something that would get rejected in order to ensure they got the 30 days. I mean, they would still have to file something. They don't just automatically get it. T-Doc's doing nicely. Yeah. Wasn't the estimated retail holding average cost for GME about like 162? It's lower now. But it used to be, yeah. It used to be like 162 to like 196. Now it's, more around like 150 to 180. Because we've traded in these lower ranges for so long that it's, been very easy for people to average down. If they're spoofing to keep the bonus below critical margin, how could we ever win? Oh, Jesus. Quick question on Cat. With it dropping to 167 on the lower resistance, is a cross of 210 still probably based on its previous moves up? With it dropping to 167, is a cross of 210 probably based on its previous moves up? It's dropped to the low trend before. So, you know, and still moved back up into like the above 200 range. So you know, like here it dropped to like 179, which is very near where it's trading right now, and you know went up to a high of like 237. So I don't think it's unreasonable for it to move up. I think Cat's worth a lot more than $210, if that's the question. Like long term, it's worth probably around 223 ish, 230. Ooh, shorts. Kind of keep that breakout from happening. You have stops on your 950s? No. Was that a rug pull? Well, it's an attempt. Do you have any gaps? Couple on the pre-market. One here. This one's kind of important, maybe. Oh, we bounced. Same time as yesterday. Yeah. Would you say this is a good entry on Cat? No, not really. Bullish Bobby DM waiting in your inbox. What do we got? Oh, that's interesting. No IWM for that one? What do we got, JFresh? So we got July 22 calls. Sold off a little bit here. August calls selling off most of the day. July 29 interest looks kind of strong. And August 5th. So still cheap shit, but better than nothing. And then for the puts, selling off of August 19. September. Closing August 19th. September and July 22nd. And October. Interesting. Okay, so still kind of similar to yesterday, right? So 171 to 155 is $6 drop, but we're still above most of yesterday's price action. Yes, we are. We're still up. Supersonic told me this is the time Marge usually calls. They were researching it when delivering pizza for Domino's. That's why we're dipping at the same time. My dad thinks you're cute. Also, can I have your thoughts on GME 1 hour for this week? Will it soothe people's hemorrhoids? Maybe. I don't know. Like it's hard to look at the technicals and not just have your tits jacked. Right? Is this spy bull flag on the 1 minute? Sure. No. Yeah, it was never really a bull flag. It just looks like it got, came up for a test. Like this was, but these are like these uptrends after the large volumetric move. These are bearish, and it got rejected and it's just been breaking down, right? So yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say that's bullish at all. Maybe back down to resistance. Jesus Christ, pigeon teeth. DDS starting to uptrend on the 4 hour, in my opinion, slowly. So some great entries. I think 4 hours great DDS interval to trade on. Yeah, it is. It's the one that I usually use. Ideas for call entries right now that will print. Nice. BBY bar rate at 8.5%. Yeah, I know. Will you pronounce lawyers so my not so intelligent friends can learn something for once, please? I just did. Lawyer. Can you please elaborate on the possible timing deferral? Could they still end? Could they have till end of day tomorrow? Morning bell Friday. It's always till end of day because of dark pools, right? So the same settlement rules, the settlement rules as far as like bell to bell and like settle like having the orders placed but not settled by market open, those continue to apply across any date where obligations like that are due. Those are universal, right? It looks like the same chart as yesterday. A little bit, yeah. I want to give you proper thanks for all you do for this community. Your insight resolve is much appreciated. Thank you, Winston Churchill. I appreciate it. If these obligations are due tomorrow, could that explain daily shorting IV crushes we've been seeing? Lower the price as much as possible. I think shake out calls as much as possible. That seems to be the goal. It's just they're not really doing it, right? Is that a fucking car alarm? Oh, Jesus. The Clutch Artist. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat.
There is no correct way to pronounce Nvidia, Little Bill. You know why? Because it's a made-up word.
Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trades this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Am I blocked or do you just hate me? I don't think you're blocked. Make sure that you're not getting like censored by YouTube though, D-balls. Also, make sure you tag me if you have a question. Would you buy shares now or wait for post-split? I'd probably buy pre-split, but not at these fucking prices. I would have bought like 2 weeks ago when they announced it. This is a kind of a high price for GME right now. What is the extension or rule that allows them to cover till end of day tomorrow? 15C3, 30-day extension. 15C3-3, SEA, 30-day extension. Or they filed for a Rex card and they have 28 plus 2, and we'll see volumetric moves today. Nave is not a made-up word, though. No, it's not. Or naive. Which one? I don't care how they pronounce it. Team Red. They should have put a fucking I there then if they wanted it pronounced properly. Little Noctua. I'm not going to pronounce a fucking missing vowel because they want to pronounce it that way. Gurk, make it go up. I'm trying really hard, man. They should have put a fucking I there. Right? You pronounce the missing vowel on caramel though. No, I don't. I say caramel. There's 2 fucking A's. You can spell, there's Carmel, which is like the name of a a couple cities that I'm aware of. But there's no second A in that word. It's just Carmel, Carmel. And then you have caramel, which is the candy, which has 2 A's. Aluminum. I'm not saying aluminium. It's British. Every other stream, your volume changes. I'm not an audio engineer. Kernel doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not a merch store engineer either. It's true. Massachusetts and Worcestershire. You constantly mispronounce bag holder as GME long. Hey, more shorts. I still like how the British pronounce lieutenant. They say like lieutenant. Leicestershire? Is that right? The British really don't like to pronounce French words properly. Like Buffett. I said Leicestershire. It's wash your sister sauce. How would you pronounce Larborough? I like the way Forrest Gump says lieutenant because his lieutenant was Dan. Oh, nice. Salisbury? I have a friend who pronounces mirror as myrrh. I respect the audacity. What does the yellow line mean? Downs? It's not goods. Maybe it is. Maybe my lines are switched. Are my lines switched now, Dork? I don't think they are. Yeah, we want green up, yellow down. My wife says draw for drawer. I think your new toy is broken. I don't think so. Like it turned around. It's hard to see it, right? I mean, essentially nothing's really happening because we're not seeing any acceleration or like volumetric moves. Oh, you know what? Hip hop anonymous. I had an ex-girlfriend that said crin for crayon. Like crin. Like it wasn't even a fucking word. It was just like a bunch of consonants jumbled together into a noise. Shall say raw hot dogs. I mean, that wasn't gonna last, but raw hot dogs, same as pocket bologna. Yes. Chortle and coral. Stop ignoring me. I'm sorry, Colonel Sanders. Volume looks like it's dying off. Yeah. Are there any American accents that you struggle to understand? Yes. Mostly West Virginia, Kentucky, and Louisiana. And for West Texas, I'm just not patient enough to stand around and wait for them to finish a sentence. I can understand them just fine, but no one's got that kind of time. When dark pool dump? Later? Dude, check out Saitama Inu. The fuck is that? I'm not gonna try to pronounce anything Welsh, average Joe, okay? My friend just made 42 mil off of it. It jumped huge. What's the ticker? MSM calling Jimmy and Popcorn squeezable. Bearish? Maybe they just need someone to pump the IV. Have you listened to someone with an accent from Baltimore? Yeah, that one's, it's pretty rough. Okay, so people sold calls again. Now we're flat. Hey, I'm trying to MOASS over here. Can you make your own coin? Maybe call it shill coin or something? I don't want to deal with that. Why? You want to give me more money? You want to challenge your perception of reality? Try learning Danish as an adult. No thanks. That sounds difficult. Ticker is Saitama. This? You made $1 million off a 20-cent move? How? Is this not the right stock? Hold on, let me see if I can find it on TradingView, because it's not, it might not be on Weebull. Oh, fuck off. Is this some shitty fucking cryptocurrency? Good for him. Some dude made billions on SHIB. That doesn't mean I'm fucking interested in it. Thoughts on Shrelly's pick on LQDA? It's probably solid. It'll probably make some people some money. That's how he'll get them on the hook. Houston Wade told you about Saitama on your stream together. Oh, okay. So that doesn't mean I'm gonna remember it. I don't, it's not like I keep an index of shit coins in the back of my mind. Do you think our opposition has eliminated the need for rapid upside? Just dumped their short vol positions? Possibly. I think they're trying to stop a breakout. That's why you're seeing the expansion. What's on Tesla ER? Oh, Tesla earnings? I don't know. I wouldn't play them. They're very risky. They haven't not beat in earnings, I don't think, right? Even their last one wasn't bad. Yeah. But there's always a first for everything. And their quarter two doesn't look great. Also, what are you going to do? Buy options that are priced up 200%? I just hit launch with 2 forks. What are your thoughts on how this affects critical margin? I mean, it shouldn't move it up, right? BBY still running. I see. I noticed because my calls aren't worth negative all the money. Are you exercising August 19 cat 175s? I have September 19 cat 175s, and no, I have no intention of exercising them. It's showing you the flow of energy from GME to XRT. And vice versa. I think this pigeon whale coin idea has some legs. I'm not even sure if I set my alarm clock last night. But if I didn't oversleep, how else were we going to go up, right? Add hot water for a minute or two, then cold water slowly up to your full amount of liquid to release the wider spectrum of flavors in your cold brew. Isn't that just making coffee and then diluting it? Do you like espresso? Yes. They're prepping liquidity. I see. Are you ready for the 1,000-question Friday morning asking why the price is down 75% and what mean? No, but what I am ready for is a flood of people from Super Stonk trying to figure out where their dividend is. And that I'm excited about. Because many of them are under the assumption that they are going to wake up Friday morning with 4 more shares or 3 more shares per share they own. And the Weebull redemption is on the 25th, and brokers can settle it even after that. Citadel stole my shares. Do you really think that? I haven't seen anyone saying that. Think what? Do they really think what? That they can? Oh, there is definitely a group of people that think they can sell their shares after the ex-dividend date and still receive the dividend. That has been
Not rampant, but there's been I've gotten in a few arguments with people about it already. Like they were like, I can do this, and I'm like, no, you can't. And they were like, yes, I can, you're wrong. And then I showed them like SEC and IRS documentation showing that they couldn't sell their shares. And they were like, well, I'm going to try it anyway. There aren't any alternatives to XRT, I don't think. It's clearly a shill. You go hug a koala, Big Danionaire. Winston Churchill, thank you for gifting out some memberships. Man, I am super far behind on this shit. Guys, give Winston Churchill a big shout out for hooking you up. Thank you so much, dude. Is it possible to call my broker and request that they let me use unsettled cash? I got stopped out and received a free ride violation. My cautiousness fucked me. Took profits, but at what cost? Curious. Also, to call my broker, request that they let me use my unsettled cash. Yes. You could. The free ride violation you may not be able to get out of, though. Was it just a GFE, or was it like an actual free ride violation? They're different. Depending on your brokerage. Some brokers, they're separate. One's quite serious. Why is Snap ripping? I don't fucking know. Grandpa John for Fed chair. Yeah. That would actually be dope. You just use Fed funds to buy GME, though, so I mean, it'd be cool, though. It's free ride violations are when you buy shares in a cash account and sell them before the purchase is settled. So that you're it's like a GFE. It's a violation of the FRB's Reg T, and it can result in a suspension of your account. So hate to ask you, but what's sorry, hold on, let me pull up my browser. What's the status of the unbanning? Oh, I'll never unban you, Koala Hugger. Why do you think Morningstar put that report out that GME's fair value is like 250? I'm always on the sus bus about anything. I mean, I like it when they do this like quarterly, oh, GameStop's such a great investment thing after doing 3 months of, oh, look at this piece of shit and everyone's selling it. They just want someone to pump it, or someone wants someone to pump it, right? Oh, there's definitely a move coming, Stefan. Look at the tips accelerating towards each other. You can also get a free ride violation for selling and then buying covered calls. Like buying them back right away. I guess if you don't have enough cash on hand. Spy dojis, tippy touch time. Indicators sound like albino rhino. Is that a euphemism? Thanks for answering my Morningstar question. Yeah. I can't wait until those tips touch. Let's fucking go. Thanks for all you do, Pickles, man. Thank you so much. Calls on me. That's gonna be stuck in my fucking head all day now. Just when you thought you got rid of Eric Preds, it comes right back at you. It's an Urban Dictionary classic that involves one party sitting in a position and the other running from across the room. Oh, okay. I got both a free ride violation and a good faith violation at the same time. How? Didn't they warn you in advance before you executed the trade? What's my favorite candy? Reese's Sticks? You're so welcome. I'm glad you got the name. A key message: Fidelity is currently unable to provide brokerage or mutual fund account. Please try again. That's interesting. You got like 2,000 people edging the tip touching. How does that make you feel? Excited. Danflex. I felt the same way about the full bull song until you played it today. You're welcome. What is this beautiful side piece indicator and where can I get it? You can't. That's all. Oh yeah. MACD 15 just ticked positive momentum. Another confluence. Yeah, but what's the 30? I would wait on the 30. Yeah, 30 looks solid. I mean, even on the 4-hour, there's divergence. Daily looks good. Weekly looks the best. That's a nice weekly MACD. That has to be a lie, right? I'm invisible. No, you're not, Trina. Do you have any NFTs in the GameStop marketplace? No. I haven't completed the like approval thing for being a creator. It's too much to type. And then I have wallets. I don't want to set up another wallet. Why is my broker showing potential infinite loss when I set the order? That would sound like you're selling a naked call, Ryan, not a covered call. All I'm hearing is excuses. Fidelity shows it as unlimited because you could get called away at infinity. I've never seen that. Should thank me for my sacrifice. Look, are you gonna invest or not? I don't know. I'll be right back. Yes, Cardi VWAP. What? I wonder how PyFi explains what he's doing to his guests. Oh, I just say I'm playing video games. Was that BlackRock saying load up on calls because we're about to recall our shares? No. It's a nice intraday cup and handle for him, don't you think, Pickle Man? Not particularly. I like the higher low. Yeah, on the 5-minute, I would say it's more like an inverse head and shoulders. Maybe a 15. It's bullish still. Say, holding VWAP here is pretty critical, I think. Is the bottom left chart supposed to be forward-looking? It is. It's not supposed to be. It just ends up being that way because of the creation mechanisms involved in gaining GameStop liquidity. They're doing a lot of touching because you need expansion, not just the touching, right? So we want to see them. We want to see the. This is what you want to see ideally, is you want to see the yellow drop and the green come up. And then you want to see rapid expansion. Or divergence from this point. And that would be big ups. Went to the moon 53 years ago. MacTorque would be incredible if internalization was illegal. I mean, at least I feel like if we had a faster time frame, we could get rid of some of that the issue with the internalization, but yeah, it would be. It's still kind of incredible when internalization breaks and we keep accelerating, though. Like when they don't internalize. What do we got, turd? Just sold a limit sell order in computer share and tried to cancel and had to call 3 people and wait on the phone for 35 minutes by the time it filled. It's actually bullish for upside because apes literally won't be able to sell at good prices. The downside won't be as violent. Also, they will mail me a check via snail mail for my proceeds like it's 1886, transferring my shit out after the dividend to sell CCs and TDA. Dude, I didn't even know you fucking DRS'd your shares. They're rolling July 15s. Wait, oh, that's old. Never mind. You know, I've never even looked at that. I wonder if my Fidelity account says that when I go to sell covered calls. I only saw like my really far out of the money ones there, so I just input it and hit enter. Like I never saw the max loss thing though. I just wasn't paying attention to it because they're covered calls. XRT call selling. What you can see though is like, see how our price is stagnating, but we're seeing like massive divergence here. This is you know the amount of energy it's taking for them to stop upwards price action. Show Bobby love and play full bull for him. All right.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be fullable, I can be anything you'd like.
Good way to see that they still care. Yeah.
I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be fullable, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be fullable, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be fullable, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be fullable, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent.
I mean, going up on this divergence with the yellow to the upside is insane because it means they're trying to stop this.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be fullable, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be fullable, I can be anything you like.
I don't know. Someone asked for the song for Bobby, so I played it. Oh, Bobby hit 569. Dork, you seeing this shit, man? Is the SPY just running like crazy right now or something? No? XRT? Why is it expanding so fast? BBBY, $8 call, sold, $8 put, bought. Oh, it just looks like a spread, right? It's multi-leg execute. Still pushing. MTP Turk, hot chili peppers. Yeah, right? So remember that this is like representative of potential energy on a convergence. Right? So this is, you know, you're seeing like the buildup of potential energy between the two assets as we see this expansion. And then that would, you know, when that turns around, the wider this is, Oh, wait, that doesn't scale at all. The wider this is when it turns around, the more kinetic energy, well, the potential energy is released, right? So I don't want to try to explain advanced physics concepts to people. This is not. Yes, no, that's right. Okay, yeah. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. I mean, yes, right? Stored energy, potential to kinetic transition makes sense. I'm trying to think of like how to explain it at like a high school physics level. Remind everybody that this is directionally agnostic. I try to. I mean, although there does seem to be some correlation with direction. No, the convergence would be the energy consolidating and then realize, right, convergence would be energy. No, divergence would be energy being consolidated. Convergence would be energy being realized. I mean, most people don't take physics after high school, right? Most people don't take physics in high school. I'd imagine people buying weeklies right now didn't make it past earth science. The further it's pulled back, the further the projectile is likely to go. There you go. Yeah. It's like a slingshot. Similar. Or like two slingshots facing each other and pulled in opposite directions. Ooh. This is getting spicy. And then if you think of like price as velocity, like this is the energy required to stop the forward momentum of price movement. Is that right, Dork? Does that make, yeah, I think that helps. I want to thank you for the wonderful TA once again. Thanks to your position, I was able to time an entry at 161.63 today. Congratulations, Korg. You're killing it, nailing the top. If I buy in today, will I still receive a splividend? Why do you keep asking me that every single day, Roberto? All current purchases made will come with a due bill redemption attached to them. When setting a buy order for options contract, what's your thought process to the price you put to get it filled, but at a decent price? Also, SPY just doing a dead cat bounce. I wouldn't call it a dead cat bounce because the SPY can't squeeze. So no. You mean like bear rally? Possible. Share collider? I'm a physics teacher. Oh, cool. I took environmental sciences in high school and stats in high school and college. Okay. Okay, I made $100 on the streets. Don't ask how, but the Dans might be proud of me. Never knew there was a market for a hairy-backed man. Now, Pickle, let's at least see chest hair. I showed more than that. I don't have chest hair. I'm bald. Bald like a dolphin. Thank you so much, Grandpa John. But I'm not taking my shirt off till we hit 200. A mononono P is the amount of negative acceleration friction. Yeah, you could think of it like that. What about Newton's fifth law? Stonks only go up. I just love hearing you say my name. Jesus. I think he means rounded bottom breakout on the SPY. Oh, God. Not a lot, given that most of our volume is tied to delta hedging. Or muy bueno. Bald like Elon Musk. That's fun. All right. He had that image removed. Does that mean no shirt at $50 per split? No. $200 pre-split. Post-split, I only take a quarter of my shirt off. Thanks for everything, mate. This sorta pex has been nicely profitable. Also, thanks for narrating my move into the new house. New office is on point too. Lord over the pores from. I was on point to Lord over the pores from. Nice, dude. I'm glad you're making some money on this. Energy reversal plus bounce off VWAP coming. I mean, we already, yeah, we slipped VWAP. Check XRT. Big volume. Is it normal for free trading view to be a little gappy? Yeah. it doesn't have a lot of data, and I think the data it has is delayed. I wouldn't use it live, the free version. Oh God, I'm not repeating that, Darth Dan. A week ago, I asked you if you could help me manage my small port, approximately $7. I could really use some guidance right now, as I'm down about 60% with only $3 left. Oh boy. Wouldn't there be a way to do a paired trade with GME XRT that would be incredibly profitable? Not really. Swaps maybe, but you should add SO shirt off to DN GM VN. Happy to be here with you. Actually trading sensibly, making some money. Thanks for helping me get through many days. You got it, username McUserface. Thanks so much, dude. How much for a hatless stream? Not happening. Due to inflation, the shirt off number should be 210 per share. Is divergence same as boofing a firework, so only the fuse is showing and convergence is lighting it? Yes. Chapter 4 book recommendations. Is there a suggested reading order? I would start with securities analysis. After that, probably technical analysis of the financials markets or intelligent investor, depending on which one you're more interested in. I would go slow with options as a strategic investment and use it as a reference guide initially. And then, as you want to explore topics more and more, it offers you the ability to dive deeper into them without putting too much on your plate. Same pattern like yesterday, similar. So basically a way of hedging our jackedness. You're a genius. I'm not. This is all dork. There's previous footage of shirtless Gurk. This is true. You know the only reason we're running is Adam Aaron repaid and retired 72.5 of long-term debt for only $50 million. A 31% discount. Only a few billion more in debt to go. What an absolute unit. VWAP crossing above EMA is bearish? No, they're not related. What's the pants off price? Or are they already off? I'm not telling. If this was our OPEX, would you expect the next VUP? End of August or September? Thanks, man. We'll have to see how obligations compound. I think I would expect September. I mean, there's FTDs for August, but they don't look super interesting. At least not yet. But that'd be early August. I don't even... What does bricked mean? When next donation challenge? I don't want to do that because then you guys actually donate the money and then I have to do shit that I didn't want to do in the first place. So the better way to do that is no donation challenges. And then I don't have to do things I don't want to do. I learned my lesson with the perm. Never again. FTDs are reported, but they're on a 15-day delay. It's like the day I discovered them. Stock. What the hell's a Kinder Bueno? Is that the one that's like full of milk cream? Yeah, I'm never gonna get a face tattoo. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, I'll definitely consider that. That's awesome, dude. Tyler Nichols. If you want, give it to Fluffy. He can put it up. Be truthful, you haven't had pants since 2020 because you YOLO'd your pants budget into 510 weeklies. There weren't any 510 weeklies available in 2020. I know someone else who's full of milk cream. People are forgetting that the stock is going to change and cycles could change as well in 2 days. Yeah, it's true. I miss Moonwind. There, I said it. He's still fucking here, man. Can you mail me a 175cc? Yeah, you gotta DM your address and you have to pay shipping. What's the name of the setup on the left? There isn't one. So if I answered before, have we peaked for OPEX? Not necessarily. Probable shares, 100,000 available this morning. Hmm. This volume looks like it's coming from somewhere else. The spy tanking? Yeah. How do still ever closer? Do you think after this run they have the liquidity to short us back to $80 again the next weeks? Maybe. Moonwind, if you're out there, just know you're a mist. I know Rumspringa is ending soon, and you'll be back on the wheat farm. Just know we love and miss you. Also, how the fuck has this been 7 months? I love you, Gherk. Thanks, Bob Vance Refrigeration. Boom Hunter Pro Rep. I appreciate it. Is it possible because of the positive MM hedge? OPEX is instead just a slow, gradual climb without VEPs. I mean, we've had some VEPs. We had some VEPs this morning. But maybe. I mean, we're still not seeing any volume really outside of the delta hedging, though. I respect the commitment to saying Bob's full name each time. Thanks. Thoughts on BBY bar rate above 8. Super cool. Once I'm an NFT creator, I'm sending you an honorary NFT for your bullishness on the NFT marketplace. Can you just send me like a screenshot of it? Like you don't have to send me the actual NFT. I'm okay with a screenshot. Spy acting like some news came out. Nah. There's no news, right? Is this it? The market can finally crash? I need you to create a wallet. I'll send you send you the actual NFT. Then I'll send a screenshot of myself sending it to you. Fuck. NFTception? Google pausing hiring. Okay. Ooh, in the money cover calls. I forgot I owned Google for a second. Uh Lots of August call volume, trading slightly below mid on XRT the last half hour. Yeah, it looks like a lot of calls sold on XRT. Why does anything tank on those pausing hiring news? Everyone should have seen this coming from miles away. The market's not rational. Would you still anticipate the highest price of the cycle being Friday or next Tuesday? Maybe. Ooh. Look at them doing all their covering in the same price range. Oh, so Nostradamus, I don't accept cash for the covered calls. You can meet me behind the Wendy's dumpster, but be prepared to pay with another form of currency. Mac Dork is the build up and purchasing the Genie flavored Twinkies. They need to compete their boxes of Twinkies. Do I have that right for my 5-year-old? Sure. Yeah, there is a liquidity problem in the primary, like the primary indexes as well. Do you have to have margin to sell covered calls? No. You think of doing any SPY put positions in the next 2 days as we get closer to 400? I'm pretty sure I'm going to get stopped out of my SPY long position right now. It's very close. Why does anybody give a shit if Google stops hiring? Yeah, I would consider them. I mean, like, SPY puts at 390 are probably very good. If you have plenty of theta on them. Check Wyckoff. I bet it looks like we're finally doing it. I mean, it does, but it's very slow progression. It does look like a phase C-D transition, though. Jimmy bid is dry as fuck. Yeah, it's pretty slim. I mean, the ask is too. The spread is really fucking wide. 60 cents. It's kind of nuts. Was August 19 plenty of theta? It's not a ton. It's like less than 30 DTE. But it could be sufficient. Company spends money on hiring people, stock goes down. Company suspends hiring of people, saves money. Believe it or not, stock also goes down. I love how everyone's acting like these huge tech companies are big employers. If fucking Wendy's comes out and says they're suspending hiring, then the market can go down. All my homies hate Google. Dude, I've got those Class A shares. Are you bullish for the next 2 days? I have some options. I have no idea what to expect in general over the next few days. Moderately. You mentioned something about the bid and the ask being dried up. How does one tell? There's just not a lot of orders and the spread's really wide. Like the at the money spread right now, well, it's narrowed a little bit on that uptick, but it's still like 26 cents. There's not a lot like, see how there's like one share, 100. Like, you see how like few orders there are within like $1 of the current price. Same, I mean, on the ask side, it's a little stronger, but not much. It's not preferred stock. It's just Goog, Goog. I don't think it's preferred stock. It has voting rights. I bought them because the IV on the, like, the split is going to encourage more institutions to buy Class A shares, right? So I figured post split it would have a better volatility spike. I was right to a degree. It also just ran post split, like way above my cost basis. So my strike was at 22.50 before the split, and it ran up to like 115 yesterday. So I sold off like 65% of my contracts and exercised the rest. If lenders don't recall, do they just get cash in lieu? No, they can still demand like kind shares, but they can demand the delivery of them over time. What you want it for, preferred or common, doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't think so. So my BBY 85 for 5, C for 20%. And pass. In the past, I would diamond hand until worthless. Finally sunk in to just secure bags instead of hold them. Thanks. You got it, man. Why is Peloton being such a little priss? I don't know. Is nobody buying GameStop? Wait for the after split mega short. Yeah, there's actually not a lot of people buying GameStop right now. Like actual purchase of shares seems to be very low. Although a lot of that could be being internalized as well. What are the chances the theory about them being able to cover tomorrow is correct? That's a kind of an obscure loophole, but I mean, I just noted it for posterity's sake. It would be significant if a prime broker ended their institutional custodian business. Maybe who? Although maybe not. I don't know. I mean, was it profitable? What's your guess as to what we're seeing? Did they slowly cover all week, still run tomorrow? Can't kick another wave, maybe via other new ETFs? I don't think there's any new ETFs. I don't think they've can kicked. I mean, we've been going straight up for like 9 days. It's possible that we could still see more covering tomorrow, but I mean, we are seeing probably some covering every day. Although it's possible that the covering we're seeing is just the July obligations, and we're still not seeing the June ones. Like the July obligations are really small, so I could see them closing them out in a manner like this, like really slowly without jumping the ask. Um, the question then would still be, where the fuck did the June obligations go? Because we know for sure they didn't cover them in June. There was like no fucking volume that week at all. I would be surprised if they do. They pay for firms millions to know every obscure loophole they can use to their advantage. True. It's still pretty obscure. I think Jeffries was started by a bunch of gentlemen named Jeffrey, a flock of Jeffries, or was it a last name? Or possible someone name it after their child. I think it was probably just a last name. Or a flock of Jeffries. First time donating. Thanks, man. Watch enough to give you a little something for you to split with YouTube. Also, why did RC move OPEX to a Wednesday this year? Yeah, RC didn't move OPEX. What if MM internalized all the OPEX today and we'll dump it on the split day Friday? That's possible. This is our 10th day of ups from 113.37 to 160.163 today. They've definitely been covering in this period to some degree, but they're also hedging, right? Like the market makers staying positive, neutral, and positive, right? Which means that most of the volume we're seeing out throughout the day is hedging. I would say the vast majority of it. So if they're also covering, where's the volume from that, right? I'm not disagreeing. I do agree there's some, but not a lot, right? Millions isn't correct. It's a minimum tens of millions yearly. If you're hesitant to ask a securities corporate lawyer how much they bill an hour and do the math, they definitely charge a lot. Couldn't they just not be hedging and the volume actually is covering? Then why is it covering in proportion to the hedge? Why hedge when you know you control the price? Because of risk. How much volume are you looking for to see that OPEX has been completed? I'd like to see some like 5-10 million volume days. We haven't seen anything like that. Where would you expect the volume to be? On GameStop? Will they hammer it down Friday post split? I wouldn't be surprised if the price dropped. If this wedge breaks up, can we get VWASP on the screen? I miss that little dude. We'll see. There's a theory that when the split happens, MOASS happens. When the split happens, MOASS happens dead. I don't think that the split is going to cause a squeeze. Too many ways around keeping that from happening. All of them pretty viable. All of them the same thing they use to control the price action, right? Every day. Or just as effective from stopping a short squeeze from happening into the split. Active funds, SPY just doing big dumps. If I should get out of this now. Still to like October, right? Partners are the big places at around 1K an hour. It's just super boring work and about as hard to get into those positions as it is to get into big Wall Street places. It's not very hard to get a job at a hedge fund. It just sucks. Everyone's sleeping at lunch. Huh. Was that Turdferg that had issues with CS? Yeah. I listed my fractional share with a limit of 900,000. CS sold it and cut me a check for $1.43 after their fees. Great experience. That sounds amazing. The only hedge fund I'd work for is yours. You seem like you'd be a cool boss. Well, we would just set up like a passive strategy, and then we could just party all the time, right? We only need to beat the market by like 20% a year. It's not even hard. You have to have the connections, like in Wall Street. Oh, yeah, okay. That's a whole different aspect. Sounds good, I'm in. Nice try. How much volume would you need to see before thinking OPEX has passed? More? Thanks to the knowledge you taught me, I was able to buy a Dodge Colt to drive my family around. Walking to and fro was taking quite the toll on us. Congratulations, Bipolar Bear, on your Dodge Colt. Puts on Tesla. This quarter, we can probably really start to see other car makers put the squeeze on them. Maybe later into the year. I don't know if I'd buy puts on Tesla going into their earnings. It's a bit risky. Those aren't weeklies. Oh yeah, they are. What do you know that I don't know? Nothing? Well, probably a lot of stuff, but currently nothing. Are you about to realize an inverse Head and Shoulders? Maybe. The Gedge Fund? Am I still your favorite musician? Sure. Stick 5G 63T in that Colt. That'd be fun to drive. 4G 63T? 1269, Gherk. It happened. We've just stopped trading. Ah, they're getting to dump off so much internalization right now. This must be great for them. The sandwich is the most versatile food. Is it? Yeah. I mean, you can put a lot of different shit on a sandwich. Who would have thought sticking meals between bread was a great idea? Hedge fund manager looking at my CV. It's your experience as 1 year watching Pi-Fi channel. You lost 30% diamond handing options. Your portfolio is down 60% in BBBY stock. You're hired. They're boofing sells to unleash on us all at once. Probably. Or just dumping the buy orders into the sell volume. Hot dogs are tacos. Get the fuck out of here. You can have a hot dog sandwich, but as they are traditionally served in a bun that is closed on one side, that makes it a taco. I don't know what to say. Just take my money. Thanks, 6'3" tarnished Dan of Mount Danmere. If the stock is 100 pre-split, I sell 1 share. Post-split stock drops to 25. I buy 4 shares for that $100. Hence, I still got the 3 additional shares. If it dumps, I can buy more. What if it goes up? Also, what about your holding period? IBD bar rate just raised 0.2%. Not much, but it's something, no? IBD? What the fuck is IBD? Are you still selling BBY leaps if this open? I'm not selling the leaps. I'm selling off the August calls. Hamburger buns aren't closed on one side. Otherwise, they'd also be a taco. They're two separate. There's a top and a bottom bun, making it a sandwich. Time to re-enter AMD with the Chips Act probably sets a pass. I mean, we all bought AMD like last week. Now it's like already up. So you're buying the top? I for one am excited about having all of us having our delta multiplied by 4. Yeah, right? It's exciting. Are grinders tacos, considering typically the bread isn't sliced all the way through? I guess. Why wouldn't they cut the bread through? Grinder. Is that like a sub? Taco requires tortilla. Nah, you're getting way too specific. Is a quesadilla a sandwich? It depends on if it's made with 1 tortilla or 2. Pigs in a blanket, sandwich, or taco? Oh, neither. Pigs in a blanket are shit. Hold on, I gotta pull up my food cube law. Ah, I can't find the chart. Pigs in a blanket equals sushi? Thank you so much. Actually, I can. Keto cannoli? When I make pigs in a blanket, I call them pork Wellington to make myself not feel poor. Smart. Here we go. This should help answer everyone's questions, and then I don't have to continue down this route. Yeah, that's not very visible, is it? I have to switch this. Hold on, I need a different one. There we go. Where can I put this? So little screen space nowadays. There we go. This can go this way. A burrito? It's a calzone. Lasagna's a cake. Fajitas are a salad. Does that diagram indicate that an open-ended wrap is a quiche? No, an open-ended wrap would be sushi. Unless it's only open on one end, in which case it would be a quiche. Pizza, same like toast. Yes. GME volume inversely proportional to the variance of topics discussed in chat? Could be. Deep dish pizza, quiche, or soup? Interestingly, both. Nigiri is actually toast. Cinnamon rolls are just cakes on their side and twisted. Volume today mean no pecs? No. Taquitos? Taquitos are sushi. Once you have a yacht, I can see you having a cooking show with food topics we have here. Only the chef will be a body double and you'll be floating off the coast of southern France. That's the idea. So a club sandwich is a cake. Yes. You're getting it. Pizza rolls a calzone. Come on. The blue represents the carbohydrate. So an open-faced sandwich isn't a sandwich, it's toast. I mean, open-faced sandwiches have never been sandwiches. Christo, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
A steak is a salad, yes.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold.
I will not accept the Big Mac cake. I'm willing to die on this hill, but it is, right? It's not a sandwich. Dumpling, calzone, yep. A lot of things are going to be calzone. Pierogi, dumpling, shumai. Corn dog, also calzone. Not a popsicle. Matthew Berry on my kitchen. If I can afford it. Is a popsicle a salad? Yes. A turducken? Salad. No carbohydrate, right? It's just one animal stuffed into another one. Yep, crepes or sushi. That's on Kenji Lopez. Oh, he's awesome. I don't always like all of his recipes, but I like how into food he is. Mmm. Is cereal a soup? It's a good question. I think cereal would be... Well, it's suspended, right? So it'd be a toast. Unless your cereal doesn't float. In which case it would be a cake. Don't worry. Jimmy will trade some volume soon and we can stop this horse shit. I'm gonna go find some nuts to eat. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I'll post it in the announcements channel. Is suck on these a calzone or a cake? Sugan D's? I don't know what that means. What's peanut butter? Obviously salad. Right now, it seems kind of like Slow Peck's deep fried donut. Am I a salad? No, you're a taco. The ad was for GameStop when I was coming in? That's awesome. Boom. Officially partnered. What's up, man? Long time to see. I have a super quick question for you about the split. Shares going to be under long-term gains, or will it reset? They'll be long-term. They'll have the same tax status as whatever shares they split off from. Nope, burrito salad. I know the cube rule of food has blown some of your minds, but in time, you'll come to accept it as the most efficient classification system for all foods. You may not agree today, but one day you will. A salad with croutons, that's just a salad with a bunch of tiny calzones in it. I don't get what's so hard to understand here. Thoughts on TQQQ and SQQQ? They're leveraged ETFs. What are you trying to do with them? They can be very good if you expect big moves one way or the other, but they're not a very good like buy and hold. Will you please yell super loudly if we MOASS? I'll do my best. Can I have a refund on my Bobby? No, call your broker and ask. Just be like, I think my kid had got on my account and bought all these shares a couple months ago, and I just noticed I had them. Why do I feel like the indicator is less accurate today? It's just less twitchy. Yeah, it might be finally time, Dork. Or at least it's going in that direction. How exciting it is to have the same day after the same day over and over again. Like Groundhog Day. Thank you, Stefan. I still haven't gotten a chance to check it out, but I will. How do I short CMBS for fun and profit? Talk to Dork. He's all about it. I do want to take a second to point out that over the last mm, 8 trading days, GameStop is up 41.47%. Yet all I'm hearing is complaining. from people who are long the stock. I'm telling you, do anything, Posty. Do whatever you want. No, yacht isn't my life goal. It's because they are slops, not vops. That's fair. It's because they sell weeklies and buy back in at higher prices the entire way. Have you ever bought bonds? No. I've traded ETFs that track them. I'm currently short corporate bonds. How much volume do you still expect for this OPEX? I'd like to see a lot more. How much have we traded so far? If you count Friday as pre-hedging. So you've traded 7.06 million volume. Even if you compare that to May OPEX. Which traded 50 million volume. So more on fewer closed obligations. Right, and then if you look at June OPEX, through now, we've traded 41. So I'd say at least 9 million more volume, roughly. Before the split, I'd expect to see it. Well, the problem is GameStop's average price over the last... So... Back to the... GameStop's average price over the last... Or should I do it from? Let's say from Friday. $150 is the average price since last Friday. So if they boofed 9 million additional volume, it'd be about 1.3 billion internalized. For the record, there hasn't been a single GME trade for 2 minutes. I'm watching. I know, Doric. It's ridiculous. Watch them do it late Thursday. I'm saying it's because of split FOMO. It's possible. I think it's really unlikely, but it's possible. There's like kind of an obscure route to them potentially doing that, but it's so odd. Like intentionally getting denied an extension in order to get an extra day. To what end? Check out options flow for IWM on Shift Search. It's insane. Yeah, lots of put buying. Everyone getting ready for the next leg down. DDS has a $1.36 bid ask spread. I know. It's super illiquid. But that comes with its own set of problems. Market makers, DMMs, mostly DMMs, like NYSE DMMs can internalize. So Virtu and Citadel. Goldman doesn't really do a lot with equity stuff, so it's really on the two of them. They internalized like between them like 11 billion in Jan 21, or it peaked at 11 billion. Something like that. It's very similar to yesterday's price action. Which way do you think the SPY goes from here? I don't know. It depends on if it finds support again at 393. Well, 393.30. It's got some more room to move down. After endless research and countless hours watching the stream, I've closed my OPEX position and made about $3.50. Finally, that goddamn Loch Ness monster will leave me alone. Nice. Can one prove boofing by executing an order and not seeing it print on the lit market, e.g. time and sales? Potentially. Although, how would you define your order? You could put it through like IEX, I guess. But even then, I think the DMM can still internalize it. This is looking bearish. This gotta just be SPY pressure, right? It's relieving the pressure elsewhere. It's finding a little support. Nope. It failed. Lamb. Yep, more downside. And it's kind of like they're like boofing until the market drops, and then they can shed that liability, right? So they're just not letting the positive order flow hit the exchange. Which really has nothing to do with the market maker per se. So we could be seeing like the DMM and the DRM kind of at odds here. But the DRM is hedging the upside like bullish call volume. The DMM is not letting orders print a tape. Isn't that bullish though? Sure, when they dump internalization it is. I mean, really it just creates asymmetric risk. But if they can manage their internalization well, then it's not really a big problem, right? July 15. Still no updates on the dicks. Interesting. When do you think we'll see additional positive price action tomorrow? Possibly. I mean, we're still up again on the day, right? We're up $4 today. Slowly but surely, we keep crawling up. It reminds me a lot of like the period between like May and the shareholders meeting last year, where we just kept moving up. But we had more volume back then, so it was a little more dramatic. Yeah, they don't dump internalization. They trickle it in, similar to CNS. Yeah. Sometimes they dump it. Sometimes they dump it pretty hard. But generally speaking, yeah, they're trickling it in. They're looking for advantageous opportunities to offload it, right? Because if they internalize incoming buy volume, and then they have incoming sell volume, they can use that buy volume to satisfy the sell volume, which leaves GME doing nothing and not trading any volume. Right? Because all the order flow for GME is being transacted off the exchange. Why do DMMs internalize? To prevent volatility. They're not so much neutral, right? Like the market making aspect is neutral, but their job as a DMM is to prevent volatility in the underlying. That's why they're allowed to internalize. Seems like it should be illegal. Yes, but it's not. In fact, it's their purpose. Now, do they take advantage of that and questionably unethical ways? Yes. But that's to be expected in a system that incentivizes greed, right? It's a very fancy strategy. Well, it's an effective one. At least we get to watch them do it live. Thanks, Dork. Did you row today? No. I woke up late and started the stream late. What kind of chaos do we have if every single order printed to the NYSE? Probably quite a lot. And then volatile markets are not attractive to long-term investors. So you would see, capital flow out of the market. Having nice, calm, stable markets where occasionally things go up is preferred. It's actually a big part of what the SEC is supposed to ensure. It's an indicator. Smith 45 ACP. So glad I picked up 40 spy puts to hedge in case OPEX didn't materialize. Like the last 12 months of money leaving the market. Yeah. Volatile markets are good for traders, bad for investors. Companies don't want traders, they want investors. Yep. I just made $2 on a spy put. Congratulations, popcorn trader. I'm a member. Witness me, plebs. Wait, do I get in the Discord now? Yeah, you can join it and then link your YouTube and your Discord accounts together. Oh, are you a Cornishon? No, you don't get shit. You get your chat time restriction lifted and some emojis. What does that indicator indicate? Stuff. God, I want to take it off the screen so people stop asking me. I don't have to keep explaining it. But the obscene thing with that trade investor debate is that current market structure de-incentivizes returns on investment through anything other than speculative appreciation. I'm not disagreeing with you, Dunstan. I mean, the markets are more volatile than they've been in a long time, right? The VIX has been above the 200, like the 200 EMA for months, right? Thoughts on how crypto is now just become an extension of the stock market? Do you think that's because major players on Wall Street now basically have an unregulated market full of retail money? I mean, yeah, pretty much, Tyler, right? Because crypto markets are even like more pure capitalism. It's one of the reasons they're so volatile. They have far fewer restrictions on them. And so yeah, whoever's got, the biggest bag of cash is going to be able to be able to influence the direction of that market significantly. Guess who has two thumbs and sold most of his BBY August 5s and 6 a full day too early? I hate stocks. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. You've done it again. What chat time restriction do the pores have? 30 seconds? This stock is bullshit. Whoa. You just like turned off my friendometer right there, Rims and Tims. You take that back. I want to take it off the screen so I don't have to keep explaining. What does that indicator indicate? Pi-Fi. Stuff. Everyone wants volatility. They don't want stable growth. Stable growth is what investors want. As Jamie investors, we should love this stable up move. Nobody wanted to invest. They wanted to trade it. Yeah. But as someone who is both trading it and heavily invested in it, I'm perfectly happy with this. It crossed below today. Briefly. What is this? A short for ants? They're really struggling. Oh, Spy doing a comeback. Holding that trend. See if it fails the second one. I'm learning no real losses on the last 3 OPEX. Made 180% on my BBY weeklies today. Thank you for your education. No problem, man. Congratulations. That's what crypto permabulls don't get. The size of the whole market is like around the size of Apple. You don't move markets anywhere because you're tiny. Yeah. Also, like, there's a big assumption that blockchain, because it's blockchain, that it's fair, which it's not, right? I went ups, downs, and end sideways. Great for IV selling CCs. Yep. The magic indicator. The magic indicator looks like we're gonna move up. They're really trying to prevent it from breaking out more than anything. I think that's what you see the most of in these situations is you're seeing them try to bring back things to parity without affecting price. Yeah, a lot of them are happening on exchanges. But over time, more and more, like, crypto will just become like Forex or the stock market, right? Because that's the incentive, is to create those same structures around crypto that you have on equities. I'm learning too. I made 500% on the last OPEX and lost it all on BBBY. Made 100% this OPEX and broke even on Bobby. So only down 400%. Congratulations. How long is it going to take before the post-split options chain is stable enough to enter leaps on? I mean, leaps will probably be pretty stable right off the bat. Can you use that magic indicator to help you trade GME better? I mean, yeah, you can scalp its moves. The problem is you don't know how much velocity a move is going to get, especially when they're starting from like this narrow range, like where they're at now. This is a break from the pattern. Puts or calls. It looks bullish, right? Not super bullish though. Well, maybe. I guess the energy is non-compressible, so it's like, so it could move very rapidly still, right, Dork? Like, so the ability for it to move rapidly has only increased because they've narrowed the range over which it can move. It also doesn't indicate direction. Kind of does. How much of your OPEX are you still holding? Holding out for tomorrow as a last chance. Well, I dumped some this morning, then I bought some more. I don't know. We'll see. See what happens into the end of the day today, I guess. See, like right now, you can see them attempting to stop GME from breaking to the upside. Like we see the indicator like increasing, right? But we see no orders coming in. There's no trades occurring. So they're putting downward pressure on it, but it's just not moving at all, right? Can you briefly summarize your old chain to new chain strategy? If I carried any options over, I would probably just make sure that the options I bought are divisible by 4. Did volume fall off hard into the middle of the day? Yes. You could submit this to the SEC and they'd have a compelling reason to change things. Why would I want them to change things? That doesn't even make sense. I think there's something you might not understand about me, Mr. Poopy Pants. Fair point, let's get this bread. There you go. So Jimmy can finally MOASS and you can get your yacht. Yeah, the SEC is not going to make that happen. Also, what makes you guys think that they aren't just well aware? TBLT is super exciting today and right now. Okay. Is that a ticker? Kind of chasey, right? I like the bounce. If it follows through. I have no idea what this company does or why their price is up. Is it fucking Cena's time yet so they can finish fucking washing FTDs in the laundry? Scared to post it in Discord because it's a degen play. Fair. Congrats. So what's the update since no DD? I mean, we saw Gamma Max rise again. It's just more of the same shit that we had the last 3 days. Like, consistent upward grind with not a lot of solid options interest to the long or short side. You know, every once in a while they try to shake out some weekly call holders, and that seems to be about it. It's really fucking unexciting. I mean, most of this is them just like washing FTDs and hedging Delta, right? $9.50 divided by 4 equals $5.10. Quick maths. No, it's $237.50. You're holding your OPEX position into tomorrow? Maybe. I haven't decided yet. Isn't the stock split on Friday? Yeah. Well, effective date is Friday. You think they're going to run it on Friday with 0 DTEs that are 4 times cheaper? Maybe. Wow, a trade. No, we've seen no. I don't think we've seen any volumetric covering at all. Yes, because no one expects it. I mean, I hope so. I can degen hard on fucking 0 DTs. Tesla thoughts for earnings? I don't really have any. I don't think their quarter 2 is going to be that great, but they could still beat. It's too risky. Earnings always suck. It's just gambling money. If you like sold strangles on Tesla into earnings, maybe, but you didn't. It's too late now. Thanks, Criminal Blues. So they just bundle up these obligations and slip them away into the abyss, never having to worry about them again? No. There's just a lot of ways to get rid of them. I'm so bored Kenny is still fucked, and I'm still not selling. Literal waste of everyone's time. Just run the stock, you mayo-covered gremlin. That'd be nice. Is it possible they cover through the ups we see in the morning? Sure, July. I would be fully confident in saying that July OPEX obligations, whatever they may have probably been covered. I do not think that the volume we have seen is sufficient for the obligations closed in June. As a matter of fact, I don't think the volume we've seen since June, from June to now, is sufficient to have seen those obligations closed. Anything that presented systemic risk, Van Hills. That is the fake out. Then last moment, boom, runs for June after we sold our calls. They were a bunch of sneaky bastards. I'm excited for post split because there should be more volume. We're gonna start to get trading on GameStop, maybe, by institutions, which would be really cool. What happens to the DRS movement post split? I'm sure they'll keep doing their thing. So if obligations are covered this week, are we looking toward August then, or would September be more likely? September's the next ETF rebalance. No holidays. August doesn't have any holidays either. So yeah. It would make the most sense to run it tomorrow into the split. Then when people FOMO into 0 DTs Friday, they get rug pulled really hard. Yeah. I agree. And they don't even need to rug pull them, right? They just let them FOMO in and then they'll rug pull themselves, right? Because the people who made money will sell, that'll pull the bottom out, and then it'll start dropping, and that'll encourage everyone else to sell off their zero DTs in a cascade of downward price action. Everyone's forgetting that it's cheaper for us to buy calls. It's also cheaper for them to buy puts. Yep. No one's forgetting that. I think everyone's well aware, right? I'd rather have a liquid OPEX than an illiquid OPEX. Yeah, I mean, the illiquidity driving volatility is nice, though. Because it means when we do get volume, we move really, really fucking hard, right? Crush it tomorrow, 0 GTUs for Friday. I don't know, we're not seeing a lot of crushing going on. That's interesting. Trying to stuff it again. Oop, and they failed. Breakout. That's a nice move. But if it's realized and they don't just fucking keep all the order flow off the exchange again. Can you explain your indicator? Yeah. Oh no, it's retracting. Stop, come back. Keep your fucking grubby hands off my order flow, Kenny. $23 may have found a bottom, I think. Finally? Oh, they're fucking us again. Price is nothing, right? So what you saw was a surge of buying right here, and you saw this move, like you saw the indicator like move up and then move down, right? And then you saw the indicator start to retrace. God, that's hard to draw. You saw the indicator retrace and then continue to the shorts, like the short side, right? So, like, you know, what you're seeing there is, you know, that pressure's coming in and then they're pulling it back. So then just like nothing trades, right? Surprise volume and then nothing trades. And if you rewind the stream like 2 minutes, you can watch how that played out and watch the order book above my head while it does. Ooh. All right, some volumes coming in now. Some NAS orders. Interesting. Quick, someone go to Mexico and buy a bunch of GameStop. Now it's reverting. Could they cover the remaining OPEX in aftermarket? Possibly, but then, you know, it's going to run the price up super hard, right? Yeah, it's more zoomed out now. Choose by cubic. Ooh. Scale filter. What does that do? XRT doing a thing? I see that. Or I think I see that. Indicator is definitely a solid. 15C 3-3N 0910 apply to this week and why we might not be seeing volume. DM me the sub paragraph. I don't have it like fully memorized yet. Shadow halt. I mean, it's kind of what it is, right? We're starting to see it revert back. That's bullish, I think. Right? Right what? Wish we ran 10 cents today. Very nice. How exciting. I'm back. Yes, they did. This just in. Critical margin now moved up. Sounds a lot like moving the goalposts to me. At least when I said I'd take my shirt off at $200, I meant it. Critical goalpost. You know, at first I thought it was a joke, full disclosure. But no, it's not a joke. They're very serious about it. Is it real? Absolutely not. Congratulations on getting banned, Geronimo Balthazar. I don't have a song for you, but nice. I've been trading for a while now. I think I'm ready to ask, with the knowledge you've shared with all of us, what are goalposts and why do they support VWAP? It can't stay above 200 all year. It'd go down to 50 on Friday. Other DGEM plays I'm in right now, various birth control companies with patents, small float, Agrex, NP, so much fake news on this one, and EVFM. You're just playing penny stocks. I'm not saying there isn't money to be made in them. There is. It's hard. Very few people are successful with penny stocks. What critical margin guy is a first year econ student that has figured it all out? Last year, didn't we have an open where we went up like 6% every day for over a week? It was what was it? 6.41% every day. It was more than a week. But yes, we did. Between May OPEX and the June shareholders meeting. Like I said, degen. Yeah, that's fair. The biggest problem I have with those is they're hard to manage risk on. They can gap down super hard and fuck you. But if your exposure is limited, then it doesn't really matter, right? We also had 12 straight red weeks. I don't think it was red for 12 straight weeks. Well, not entirely. Like, we had days where we closed up. The weeks closed down. This is gonna blow people's minds, but what if the shorts just fucking walked away? This is just natural price discovery. Shitty natural price discovery. Stop it. You don't believe that? No, I don't. However, their exposure is probably different than it was last year. It's vastly different, and it's been compressing, which makes it much harder to predict, right? Because it's no longer happening just every quarter. Thoughts on entering September, October 160, 200, 240 contracts pre-split? Could be a good opportunity to see increased IV. Risky. You're really gambling on an unknown there. Like, it's a coin flip on if those will be more valuable. And then September's would be too soon. That you, I never would have sold just before dividend announcement and repositioned into the last dip before this rip. Luck or concentrated degeneracy? Both? I mean, there is some evidence of the volatility positions pulling back. One last shake of weeklies at 151. Maybe. They don't have a lot of room to do that. We'll see. I'd be kind of surprised if they could drop it to 151 without a big downturn on the SPY. Like they need that active fund sell off, and then they've got to dump their internalization when the active fund starts selling off. And considering, you know, we haven't fucking traded more than like 100 shares or 1,000 shares in the last like 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see like a huge fall off. And, you know, retail, Diamond handing their weekly calls into expiration. Ugh. So that keeps the market maker on the hook for the positive hedge. This today could mark our third day above the 200 SMA on the daily. How significant is this? It's cool. I mean, yeah, the technicals look great. That doesn't mean anything, but it looks great. What you're seeing here is a liquidity crunch, and, you know, retail and short sellers smacking each other with their limp weenies. So the short sellers don't have enough liquidity to slam it. Retail doesn't have enough money to pump it. And so, you know, we're just slowly grinding up on the back of a positive market maker hedge. Thoughts on the SPY? I think it's reaching unsustainable levels. It's very risky to play the upside on it now. Shorts are already repositioning on the smaller indices. They're starting to reposition on the SPX and the SPY. It's only going to be a matter of time. Mike sells CCs. Mine is too small to slap anybody. I'm sorry, man. Maybe you can find that same satisfaction elsewhere. Looks like the shorts are also very wary about the risky nature of the split. I highly doubt that. Where would the price be if OPEX did work out exactly like last June 2021? You mean if we ran up to $350 again? Well, that'd be lovely. I don't think that's going to happen. Didn't Mike used to buy leaps? Things change. Why did RC move 1269? Repositioning for next week's GDP report. I mean, which is inevitably going to come in negative, signaling the start of a recession. $200 million share offering. They're not out of runway yet. Although, I will reiterate again that it's possible that post-split, due to the tax status of dividend shares and the continued vesting of that dividend to current C-suite, we could see some C-suite sell off, maybe even Cohen, so he can get some capital to finish his BBBY play. Don't get me hard. It's a possibility. It makes sense. The 300 is not going to happen based on what you just said. Why are you here? I like money. I don't care if 300 happens. My cost basis is $54. Like, I don't give a fuck. If GameStop trades at 150 for the next 5 years, fine. I'll just sell covered calls on it. It doesn't matter to me. I think the real question is, why are you here? 1969 to the moon. Are you waiting for a short squeeze? Oh, okay. Why does Cohen need money? He's a multi-billionaire. I don't think you understand the way this game's played. You upset the pores when you talk like that? I know. Minus 211, and that's averaging down from 270. Yeah, I know. I've seen like 10,000 share positions with like a 385 cost basis. I'm well aware of how underwater some people are. And by that I mean very long-term investors. What's your typical CC strategy with GB? Oh, like 0.10 delta Fridays. Unless we're like in the middle of like an FTD or OPEX period, 0.10 deltas on Fridays. Like that's where the majority of them are. I sell some closer to the money, but fewer, right? Enough, like I don't sell so many that I can't just buy them back. But the vast majority of the covered calls I sell are way out of the money, especially after the split. Cynical Gherk is no fun. Why? You can be cynical and still have fun. Check DMs. What do you got for me? I like how that line keeps going up, Dork. Yeah, that's some compelling shit. Are we entering, is this like, are we entering the danger zone? Your orange line's up a little too high, by the way. Oh, are these just at specific price points? Or like percentage scale? How do I turn that on? Taste this fucking rainbow. Where's JFresh? This is gonna start to get kind of unstable soon. His puts are pretty far dated. I think he'll be okay. He's like early, but I don't think he's wrong. I think JFresh's current investment strategy is every time Ryan Cohen posts bullshit on Twitter, he buys more puts. We've broken critical margin like 3 times in the last 3 days. If it was so fucking critical, how come it keeps moving? It's like being in a nuclear reactor and the emergency shutdown counter keeps resetting. It's like 10, 9, 8, 7, 10. Get the fuck out of here. What's the extent of this magnitude compared to other days? It's really similar to like what we saw at the peak on, so like 1412 on July 19th. 2:12 p.m. on July 19th. Close. We're not quite that diverged yet, but it's pretty high. I guess 19s are ticking up. Ivy's moving up a little bit. I do believe that Cohen has more planned for the company that's going to drive the stock up, not sell his shares, and there's more liquidity post split. I don't think it's about selling his shares. I think it's about selling, if he sells a small portion of his shares to free up liquidity. I don't think he's going to divest himself of his ownership. Not at all. But I do think that he can take some of that liquidity and use it to finalize the rest of his buy-in and BBBY, which, you know, he hasn't bailed on yet, or at least as of the shareholders meeting, he hadn't bailed on. Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely don't think he's going to sell out of his position. What's up, Volgavana White? There's a third line on the Mac dork now. Can you explain it? Oh, that'd be fun. It's a multi-dimensional information space. Want to know something funny? People think that margin works the same way for multi-billion-dollar companies as it does for 5-share Greg trying his hand at weeklies for the first time. Yes, I know they do. Corporate speak, nice. Ken Griffin right now. Quick, get the mathematicians. So shares being returned and XRT doing stuff. Should we see more VUPs, or do they slowly boof it over a few days? Also, wouldn't that escrow account stuff be immune to that? It would be, but it may also not be cleared yet. And it wouldn't be immune to internalization because they just need to place the orders, right? And whether the orders are settled, out of inventory or off the lit exchange is irrelevant to FINRA. This is not a joke. There's a shortage of tampons. Feminine hygiene products, mainly tampons, hard to find. Huh. There's a joke there about OPEC cycles, but I'm not going to make it. That sounds like a serious problem. There's also a shortage on baby food. Or there was, or something like that. All the baby food's been like locked up at all the stores in New York City. Like their cigarettes. You know what, Kirk? That's not even a good joke. I can't even play options still, and I sold some of my position at 147 yesterday after dump 2 because I'm a moron and thought NoPEX was engaged. Turns out it was just blowpex because it blows. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I agree. I mean, I want VUPs too. There's also a shortage of Jif extra crunchy peanut butter. I assume you meant to write Jif. Procter and Gamble? I don't know. Johnson and Johnson? One of them. One of the ands. Probably both. PTA have been doing their best to help with the shortage of baby formula by reducing overall demand. Like the Fed and housing. Can you explain why you think MOASS or squeeze won't happen again for GME or BBBY? I didn't say BBBY. BBBY is actually pretty well set up for a gamma squeeze, although if something doesn't trigger soon, that interest could reduce. GameStop, because infinite liquidity and consistent, delay mechanisms that allow arbitrage over long periods of time. Also, no interest. Like if someone came in and bought 10 million shares of GameStop right now, it would absolutely do some crazy shit. But no one's doing that, right? There's also a shortage of bull mayo in Carl's pants due to low T. We're working on it. He's on a supplement system. Sorry, I'm using all the tampons to keep my portfolio from bleeding out. Okay, let's not go down that road, guys, right? Chill. Carl, that's just the medicine talking. We said almost exactly that on your first stream. It still holds true. It's just nobody's ever done it, right? We've seen what happens when 12 million shares get sold, but we've never seen 10 million bought. Have you ever written something on a bathroom wall? No. I have not performed any type of graffiti. This matchup is truly incredible. Zakir and Elon Musk versus Carl and Peloton. Over a population versus underpopulation. Which side will win? Only time will tell. You mean 40 million after the split, Darth? Whatever happened to Docu? Oh, it ripped hard. $70 calls printed like Xerox. That was bad. I couldn't think of an end of that. How out of all of us do you not know at least one Saudi prince? Are you even Persian, bro? No. No, I'm not gonna buy 20 million shares of GameStop. That was terrible. I haven't played much of anything this week. My brain is mashed potatoes. Did you get COVID? So what you're saying is that nobody wants to spend $1 billion on GameStop. I mean, has anyone spent $1 billion on game? It's a question that answers itself. GameStop's been here this whole time, ready for people to spend $1 billion on it, and yet no one has. Yet? Okay, sure. Will FOMO rocket it back up to 70? No. Yeah, but you don't have $1 billion. Pulte has fewer shares than I do. By a lot. Carl's got more fucking shares than Pulte. And he's been spending all his income on testosterone treatments. Pulte's the hero SS deserves. They finally found a billionaire dumb enough to buy their stock at $120. Even Cohen waited for it to dip. 9 minutes till Cenis. I'm pretty convinced that all of the pigeon whales have more shares than Pulte does. What are you saying about Snap? Snapchat? Pulte bought at 136. It's almost like he's buying it to advertise his Twitter and not because he cares about the investment. I think he bought like $100,000 worth or something. I don't pay attention. It's meaningless to me. Jimmy now ranked number 1 on Fintel Gamma Squeeze rating, even though it has no, like, call interest. Awesome. I still want to know how many times the number 1 ranked stock on Fintel's Gamma Squeeze rating has actually Gamma Squeezed. Have we been at 2.4 million volume for the last hour? Can you talk about XRT redemptions today? What about them? Wondering if the shares outstanding are going to go up? I don't think so. It's pronounced Gamma Squoze. Even GameStop didn't fucking Gamma Squeeze in January. Close. No, it's like 8 million volume. The relation to redemption and the pro rata divvy. I mean, I still think they can kick the pro rata agreement out. Like they can balance NAV with another security. In the meantime, they can write a forward contract for the shares due. They can cover that at a later date in a more liquid environment. So I don't think that's gonna force a recall on the ETFs. It seems unlikely. This is gonna be the most boring sequence of 4% daily gains I've ever witnessed. Hey, today could be like 5%. It was gonna gamma squeeze in Jan, if not for the PCO. I think the problem with the gamma squeezing in Jan was that not enough people exercise. When they cut off buying, people started selling options, right? Instead of exercising them. If people had exercised more options, there was a good chance we could have had a gamma squeeze. All the pigeon whales should go post their reports on Twitter and at Pulte, calling him out for having more shares of GME than the billionaire supporter. Average shares of a pigeon whale? I don't know. Probably like more than 1,000. They're pigeon whales. It's in the name. Whose fault is that? Do you remember every OPEX we said our goodbyes? Like, this is the one. Yeah. Remember June when we thought it was all going to be over? June 2021. So close. We almost got to taste it. I don't mean to brag, but I'm about to quadruple the number of GME shares I have. Congratulations. They do actually pay interest on it, so yes. And it can create FTDs. If they don't have inventory to satisfy, it can absolutely create FTDs, right? Holy shit, I'm high as tits. Congratulations, Carl. I'm glad you've only got an hour left in your, or 2 hours left in your workday. Maybe no code in paper trading to emulate that. I'm not aware of one. The day before we run, you answer a lot of upset people's questions, right? Usually. So run tomorrow, cool. We'll see. I'm curious if we're gonna see a breakout right here. Looks very exciting. Look at them just trying to edge it. Give me my volume. Cenis is almost done, guys. We're so close. Draw some TA. No. Do you love stocks? I do. Still chill, but chill. Thanks. You love money more than knowledge.
Hey, you
Tough.
little stock investor, you. Come on over here.
You can't have one without the other.
I think you might like it.
Well, I guess you could.
Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bonafide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
That was made by Dan for Hire. I still have a few August calls. I'm worried my accidentally make money. I mean, you can if you want to. Jesus fucking Christ. I have to do support with a guy who can't even change the IP address on his computer. Can we please start the hedge fund? Uh, I mean, sure. Do you think we're ready? I don't think we're ready. And then we've got to get JFresh to take off that fucking bear suit first. How the hell are we supposed to go to investor meetings with him wearing that shit? No one's gonna take us seriously. It's like, that's my quant. He's a bear. He'll steal your picnic basket. As I am now divorced and the Dans for hire failed me last year, I salute thee. Cheers. I was thinking we could wear those dino onesies you get from Walmart for bar hopping on Halloween. Oh, like the inflatable ones? I'd rather have a bear present than a CEO in his underwear. I don't know. We'll probably have a pretty strict no Dan policy at the fund. Well, except for the one elder Dan. Google, use this donation after Girk's cut to cause the OPEX run now. Thank you, JC. Are you appealing to the shills? 916 is enough theta for cat 200C. That's really far out of the money. Maybe you can wear that padded Batman costume and I'll wear the unpadded, very tight-fitting Robin one. I don't know if Robin's really a character you want at investment meetings either. Or Batman. I mean, he's really irresponsible with his money. Is it officially confirmed that Kenny's boot hole is in fact the most impressive hole in existence? I mean, it can hold so much. It just spaghettifies the order flow and compresses it down into an area the size of a pinhead. The mailroom would be a great place for the Dans. You know what? Someone told me the other day that they think about the Dans as kind of being like those aliens from Men in Black. I agree. Are Crawfords allowed at the fund? Absolutely not. Can you briefly explain how to identify a top? I'm trying to get better at shorting, but the issue I'm running into is the stocks keep consolidating at the top instead of consolidating after a dip. I don't know. Maybe Chicken Tender Daddy could help you with that. Can't handle the down power. It would bring way too much capital to the fund from all the work we've done behind the dumpsters the past 1.5 years. Well, it's sort of like handling Russian oligarch money, right? Like, you know what I mean? Daniel Rock. Also, where the fuck have you been, man? I just got a burger at work, and the guy behind the counter asked if sweet pickles were okay. I replied, "Is Monopoly money okay?" Nice. You got him. Able to go back to March and see how this custom indicator reacted to the run. Yes. Boof Boyardee, Boofaroni, or Boof Wellington. Boof Wellington. Because then you can use the London exchange. Started a new job. Oh, congratulations, man. I feel like you told me about that at the time, but I haven't seen you around. Hey dude, been a rough week. My visa was delayed by another couple of months, and I can't go home to visit my family. If you could go ahead and push OPEX button, I'd appreciate it. Ugh. We'll see what it does. How are you feeling about holding those calls overnight? Fine. Did you press it? It's just the engage VUT button. It's not the MOASS button. Relax. My wife is considering scrapping me for parts. Any tips? No, probably try to keep the kidneys, heart, lungs, and liver till last. How's the weather? I don't know. Hot, maybe? Ooh. Happened to 2 o'clock on July 19th. Oh, we fucking went up hard. Yeah, let's do that. Up. Well, this could be very exciting. I've been sitting Wednesday last day this week. When previous OPEX weeks, it's always been T plus 2 plus 2. It's never been T plus 2 plus 2. It's always just T plus 2. Sage. All OPEXs have settled on T2. It's very possible that July OPEX is already settled. It was very small, but June OPEX was large and may not be settled till tomorrow. I mean, the only way we'll know is if we get volume tomorrow. Unboofing previous boofs? Yeah. Plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 makes 12. Wait, then that's 10. 50-50 indicator. Seem like throwing darts blindfolded. JK, man, I know you're trying to put some pieces together. I really don't think people are understanding how it's interpreted. I'm not sure if we know how to interpret it yet. We do know that it tells us shit in advance, which is cool. We just don't know how to interpret what we see in advance necessarily. We're getting better at it though. Is boofing the same as CNS? They're different, but they can, close them out in a similar fashion. Sounds like pseudoscience. I mean, ultimately, we're looking for entropy, right? We're looking for energy removed that needs to come back. There's a lot of market structure and mechanic that stands in the way of that, like internalization, CNS. Because the system isn't truly efficient. I love you, God. You didn't know the name of the song you played yesterday. That was a pure, perfect moment. Please, I need it. Are you talking about Full Bowl? Full Bowl is over on the Discord. You can listen to it to your heart's content. It's much more effective on longer time frames. We're already well aware of that. Dude, you're not coming up with anything that we haven't tested, man. Can you reference the paper used to create your indicator to read more about it? No. Thank you, Moon Man. Does a close up along the higher trending indicator make you feel more bullish for VUP soon? I like where the indicator is currently positioned. This price movement past 2 days is compelling. It smells like manipulation. I mean, there's some, yeah. How do you feel about a strangle on Tesla for earnings? Not a fan. Not a fan of playing Tesla earnings. You could straddle. Straddle would probably be most effective, but you're gonna get IV crushed. Now this is a cup. 120, 23 calls, 35, 40, 60 strike, selling off till about 1.6 million premium worth. You sure they're not being bought or reversaled? Space Banana. Is it Philly again? No problem, Drive. Why is TDA so dumb? It makes me use a pen to set on my phone to make trend lines, and it's super risky on Tesla, by the way, because it can move a lot overnight, and you could, especially if you're selling it uncovered, like you're not selling a covered straddle, right? There's a lot of risk trying to just play the IV crash. Upper and lower limit sales at the same time on the same options. I have no idea. What do you mean upper and lower limit? Like multiple orders on it, like conditional orders? Tag is floor trade. Yeah, they're Philly. It's probably just Philly clearing FTDs again. They did it yesterday too, shortly before close. They're likely bought, exercised, and then puts will be exercised. It's just more reversal trades for FTDs. Which is good. If we're seeing those, it means GME FTDs are high again. You mean to walk down the street and take care of these Philly jabronis for you? Yeah, just go to the Philadelphia floor and just spread Cheese Whiz everywhere for one day. That's all I need you to do, Daniel Supremo, Mighty Elder. What about swaddles? Straddles? They're not puts, they're calls. So is OPEX here or not? Not yet. Squaddles? Price action prediction over the next 2 days. No idea. Tomorrow, I don't know what's going to happen. Friday, the price of the stock is going to divide by 4. I don't understand why people ask questions like that. You eating the 160 theta? I think so. Oh shit, the weekly ones? Probably not. I'll probably close them soon. I'm just seeing if it gets one more bump into close or not. Can't handle a 75% loss. What makes you say that? Why are these Philly calls all bought and then sold? I mean, they can be arbitrage. They can be using them to clear FTDs. Historically, what does the market do when we officially enter a recession? What do you think? There haven't been a lot of them, but just curious what you think happens. Go up? Nailed it. No. If we close high enough, I might carry the weekly overnight. What's the theta on that? 2. Yeah, fuck that. Never mind. When's the GDP data release? I think it's next week. Is it possible the slight uptrend from the beginning of last week could have been covering in abundance? I mean, Jimmy went from 120 to 160. I mean, even the entirety of that of our run up has been less volume than like one standard OPEX period, by quite a bit. And then in addition to that, most of our volume every day has been delta hedging. Like, let's even be like conservative and say 80% of our volume's delta hedging. That would leave very little room for covering. Do they even cover beforehand like that? I mean, they could buy, right? Or are people so preoccupied with price action and not volume? And if they were preoccupied with price action, they would note that we'd gone up like 42% in the last, what, 8 trading days? 9 trading days? They're just preoccupied with why their weeklies haven't made them rich. Oh, this is good. We're gonna leg it down. It's very good. Yeah, it still moves ahead of the buy volume hitting the tape. So we're gonna see the white line drop and the yellow and green converge. White line's like right there. Needs to come down a lot faster for us to see a surge of volume, but it is coming down. And now we see buy orders hitting the tape. See, it is predictive. Sometimes more so than other times, but predictive nonetheless. If you're lending shares you want to recall for tax incentives, don't you want to wait until the last possible minute to do so? Sure. Think of it as like the measure of the space between the other two. Like, so if the other two are divergent and you know, potential energy is building, consider the white line the measure of that. Like how much potential energy is building, right? Does that work, Dork? I feel like that works. That's like a simple explanation. That's possible, yeah. Quick name. Do they need to give notice? No, they can demand an immediate return. They usually give notice because it, you know, serves to protect relationships with the counterparty, right? So usually, you know, they'll give them some warning. But they don't have to. They can recall immediately and instantaneously. Still moving. Pushing down. I mean, it's good. It's just not, we're not realizing a lot of volume from it. Pulling back a little bit. Oh, it's retracing. But you guys don't really need to see the convergence, right? We can just watch this. Yep, we're gonna freeze up again. Oh, but it's not working. Ooh. Hmm. I like that. Ghost halt. Right, it's shadow halting. It's not real. It's not real halting. It can be for up to 5 extensions. No, not that's applicable for GameStop. They can't get an extension because of the dividend. The only way you can get 5 extensions is if the stock is unable to be purchased, and you have to show proof of your attempt to execute the order every day. It's actually really like the only one that really works on is like delisted stocks. So like two big fish fighting, and the bullish fish is winning slightly. A little bit. We're ending the day above 160. The universe wants to put down the critical margin theory like Old Yeller. You mean the critical margin theory that started at like 148? How? If it always remains, oof, fuck. Gross. They're pumping the brakes hard. Jesus fucking Christ. Pumping the brakes real hard. you elaborate as to why my weeklies aren't making me rich? I buy them far out of the money. I hold them overnight and even average down when they inevitably hit 0.005 in value. Did I buy the wrong book or something? Maybe. What's the title of the book you bought, Winston Churchill? Thank you so much, by the way. No, it's not enough for a downside halt. Redbox finally a buy. You should get some options, Kevin. Spy, XRT, Jimmy all look like identical. This isn't crime. They definitely don't. It's not crime, but they definitely don't look identical. BBY gonna break out of this wedge and close strong? No idea. Remember that we're still very illiquid, right? So active fund buying should have a greater effect, like 2 to 6 times more price improvement on GME than on the underlying, like than the index itself, right? Because of our spread. Far dated spy puts near the money, a smart purchase. Doesn't sound like a terrible one. Unless you think something's going to change from a macro perspective. My only problem is with like the lack of news. Even, well, next week there's a little more stuff, but there's quite a lot of time till like the next Fed minutes and things, so. Have you considered writing a book to helping people with trading? Maybe call it something like Making Money is Optional or Girk's Guide to Stop Worrying and Love the Dicks. No, I haven't. Do you know Danny DeVito invented Velcro? I don't think that's true. This time tomorrow, some glimmer of hope or what? Yeah, pretty slim. But a glimmer, nonetheless. If this closes tomorrow at exactly 160 for easy math, to open Friday at 40, confirmed we're in the Matrix? Maybe. They're just trying to like walk it down without the price running up too hard. Did you close your calls? No. If my weeklies hit break even, I'll sell them. They're pretty close. No, I'll probably hold the July 29s till tomorrow. The ones I bought yesterday are up. Like, today's not terrible. There's just no IV improvement. Splividend. Pretty much it. 4 a.m. I believe. It'll take effect. A 140C and a 150C hold overnight. What expiration? Is this the soft landing JPAL's always talking about? Yeah, news of monetary policy restriction used in order to deflate the bubble. We'll see if it continues to work. Working so far a little bit. That's because there's a shitload of call interest at 160. Hmm. Sweet. When's the last time you let us do a poll? I don't remember. It wasn't that long ago. I have 145 Cs for Friday, 141% in the green. Wait, did Silence of the Dans ever respond? What do you say? Where? I don't see it. Oh, 140C or weeklies, 150 or 729. You're probably fine on both. I wouldn't worry about the 140s. Like, they're not going to lose a lot of theta. They're super deep in the money, right? It's up to you, but I mean, you're not at a lot. You don't have like a ton of risk. I guess they could try to flash crash us overnight, but I don't. On what? Hypothetically, if I was a degenerate with several 200C weeklies, would they turn into a bunch of 50Cs on Friday? Yeah. How much theta are weeklies gonna lose? Like $2. Dillard's looking good today. Yeah, it's doing some stuff. Looking a little better. What's interesting is like none of the basket has really run, right? Not volumetrically. Like everything's just moving up on low volume. No halts and after hours. I'm aware. No, I don't think we're gonna halt into close. They're dumping a shitload of orders into the end of the day, though. Look at all of this volume not doing anything to the fucking price. What the fuck? Gotta love the new end of day settlement rules. No, this is all buy. This is all hitting the... It's just not driving any price improvement. No, we hit 2.7 today, which would mean like 7 million volume still needed. Ding ding. The day is done. What are the new end of day settlement rules? Oh, they changed them back in March. They can like dump off a bunch of volume at the end of the day instead of it hitting the lit exchange and settle trades through dark pools. And then there's the NYSE like closing settlement order, which is right there. It's like 53,000 shares. OPEX tomorrow. You know it. All right, guys. Well, that was a slog, let me tell you. It was really cool trading 98% of our volume through this part of the day, and then the rest of it in the second, the other like 0.4 million for the rest of the day. But we still closed up another 4.65%. Chilling right above that, actually kind of critical upside resistance at 158.75. It's a good break. 158.70, 158.50 is the next strongest upper resistance after 126.70. So I'm not surprised that we held on to it, but I am kind of surprised that we closed above it. I think that'll be good going into tomorrow. We're still seeing, a large number of FTDs throughout the intraday and a lot of like FTD scrubbing through CNS. But we're not seeing any volumetric price action that indicate covering. No, just a resistance. I don't mean critical margin. Critical margin is horseshit. Oh, fuck off. As far as the SPY goes, it's starting to lose a little stability here in the upside. 396.26 is really pushing the limits of where this can run, at least on the current news. The rest of the FANG earnings could have a big effect on this. We'll see how Tesla does tonight. Already down a little bit in after hours, though. And that could have a pretty big impact on the SPY tomorrow and futures as well. Tomorrow, potentially the last possible day through any, obscure legal loopholes, I could see them covering anything volumetrically. I don't see Friday as being like a day where they could continue out to. Tomorrow, even tomorrow, seeing volume is I think a slim chance. The call interest remains short dated and shaky. The put interest remains, well, not super compelling. So yeah, we'll see. But as long as we're grinding up 5% a day, someone's making profits. But there's no better way to test it than wait for it to happen. So yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. As far as this goes, hold on. Form. Get to screen. So we look out here on the 1 hour. From a technical standpoint, we're looking very good. We're continuously trading above like our weighted VWAP from the bottom of this run. Almost the entire time. Really, really breaking out. And you could even bring this back to here, and we're still trading, significantly above it. What's really important, the next really important step is this 167.54. This was our weighted VWAP from last year. So over the entire time frame, with its highs up at like the standard deviation high is up at like 214. A break of that could create some momentum, but right now we just don't have any volume. So the slow grind up is just going to continue. FTDs are going to start falling off in the next couple days. When we hit that midpoint between the May run and the June run. I pulled my mic cable out. I was just talking that whole time for nothing. Fantastic. No, Jamie didn't dump hard. Fucking relax. Tesla's going down probably because they had shit earnings. Oh, now they're rocketing. There you go. Perfectly rational markets, everyone. Okay, anyway, that's everything. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning if I wake up on time. Nice dexterity. Well done, man. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.